right, welcome everybody to Not My Rabbit Hole. Hope you're all staying cool here in the summertime. And I'm going to start off with a little bit of music. At Suno.com, which is the AI channel that I created a few songs at, and go like that. And here we go.
Extraterrestrial hybridized DNA. Don't need to worry about tooth decay. Kevin Spacey and his clone are feeling alone. Men who stare at goats. The real society we know. Super Soldier Sunday, just another fun day. 75 years on Mars, lying about the stars. Captain Richard charms like Charles Manson's gun. Liars in the sun. Liars in the sun. Monsters in the sun. Montauk, super soldier talk, super space program. Let's chat. Montauk, super soldier talk, super space program. Let's chat.
Indigenous insectoids weaving you the void, drought in your brain, making you insane. Wrapping up Benjamin Fulford, living the absurd like a blue avian nerd, keeping the lines blurred. Captain Mark Richards, a secret space program drifter, getting married while in prison, making you listen, create a new religion, doing the reptilian, making you forget my sins. Super soldier talks in prison, Nordic and Draco, shape shifting in my Winnebago. Indigenous insectoids weaving you the void, drought in your brain, making you insane. Wrapping the Benjamin forward, living the absurd like a blue aviator, keeping the lines living like Benjamin forward, living the absurd like a blue aviator, keeping the lines blurred. Rapping like Benjamin Fulford. Word.
Okay, one thing that I want to start as we get going here. First of all, we're going to do a chat GBT of Jeffrey Epstein. I know everybody knows that we're being told by the FBI that there's no client list. And Trump's response was surprising. We're still talking about the client list. There is no, we have other things. And he was like, just really gaslighting the whole thing. I'm sure you guys have probably seen that footage. And he's enraged his hardcore fans, including Nick Fuentes. There's a lot of talk about how people feel about the situation. And there are a few things that I kind of want to do with ChatGPT, deep search on everything about this situation. I'm enjoying these ChatGPT shows. I hope you are. And I also want to open it up to if anybody here in the chat has a question that they want to ask ChatGPT to research. Now, I want to bear in mind and as we've gone along and as I've done these shows, I think I've been doing these ChatGPT shows for maybe, I've done like 4 or 5 of them now. I mean, I started like the beginning of this month, I think, or maybe the end of last month, the very end of it. Just, it started with, ChatGPT and stuff about David Schurter. And by the way, there is something that I want to research about him today on ChatGPT too as well. But I'm just kind of, but it's not perfect. There are there's information that ChatGPT comes up with, and it just, there's other things that it just doesn't find. And it just because it's not showing it doesn't necessarily mean that it's not there. It's not like ChatGPT is some sort of oracle. So I just kind of want to put a disclaimer on that. Although it is a great research tool to scrape the internet. Also, I want to let you know that sometimes ChatGPT hallucinates. It will give you gibberish. There's a lot of things that ChatGPT does, wrong. So you have to, not a lot of things, but there's a few things that it does wrong. So bear in mind, you have to take that into account. It does do a pretty good summation of the information that it does find on the internet. So it will contextualize what you were looking for on the internet. I like that about ChatGPT, but just make sure that you click on the links and you double verify on everything. All right. So I just want to point that out. Now, this morning, right before the show, I happened to see a Facebook post. And the Facebook post, I am sharing it right there. You see it. The Facebook post, let me get a better view of this, a more open view. The Facebook post had to do with Rosie O'Donnell. And Rosie O'Donnell has had a long time feud with Donald Trump, and she's even left the country, and she's moved to Ireland. And I follow her on TikTok, and sometimes I see some of her videos, and this came in down my timeline. I do want to read it this morning, and then I'm going to do a double check on ChatGPT just to make sure that this is. I'm going to fact check it to make sure it's real. Donald Trump. By the way, I had jury duty this last week, and I'll talk a little bit about that. I'm actually going to do I'm going to write about it on my Substack, so be on the lookout for that. It was quite the interesting experience. I was juror number 12, and Friday we did our final deliberation on the case, and I saw this man. He was handcuffed, and we were waiting to go in. Like, there's an elevator, and then there's a stairwell, and in between that area, and then there's a door that we wait by to be taken back into a room that we're going to do the deliberation. So some of us that had gotten there early, some of the jurors, we were standing by there, and this guy, he's handcuffed, he's being carried out by, at first it just looked like it was a sheriff or someone, someone of law enforcement. And a bunch of other people were following. And guess what? It was ICE. I literally saw ICE taking somebody out of the courthouse. And that's the first time. I mean, I know in my personal life where I'm at, there's a lot of things. I'm in California, so that, we know we had the raids. We knew we had this situation. And it's the first time that I saw anybody being taken away. Now, just recently, like within the past couple of days, California's farm workers on the farms that we have, including a cannabis farm, was raided by ICE. And, there was even a child that was injured in that with like a gun pellet or something, some sort of projectile that they were shooting at the farm workers. So, there's a lot of things going on with people being deported and having, a lot of talk about citizenship. What is citizenship? The 14th Amendment, being born in the country makes you a citizen. Like, this is coming up as a conversation. So This was on Facebook by it's called the Other 98%, which is a nonprofit organization, and it has 17.5 million followers. So I'm thinking this is pretty legit, but here's what they posted. It said Donald Trump sparked outrage on Saturday with a Truth Social post targeting Rosie O'Donnell. He wrote, because of the fact that Rosie O'Donnell is not the best, because of the fact that Rosie O'Donnell is not in the best interests of our great country, I am giving serious consideration to taking away her citizenship. Wow. She is a threat to humanity and should remain in the wonderful country of Ireland. If they want her, God bless America. The president's message, filled with bluster and lacking any legal basis, drew immediate attention for its authoritarian tone and its clear attempt to silence a critic. I just want to take a beat on that for a second. So she doesn't like him. She doesn't like his administration. Whether you like Rosie O'Donnell or not, whether you like her politics or her comedy or, whatever you think about her, Donald Trump is, I think, completely out of line to threaten to take her citizenship away from her because she criticizes him. That is not what the United States is about. That is not what the United States is about. It makes me angry, actually. It's like, who? What? Seriously? This is unacceptable. Unacceptable if this is true, and I think it is. But we're going to chat GPT some more about it. Rosie O'Donnell wasted no time firing back in an Instagram post of a picture with Trump and Jeffrey Epstein in the following statement. And isn't that interesting that she is slamming the Jeffrey Epstein Trump situation? Like, that's how hot of a button this is right now. How inflamed people are about how Trump has handled this and the FBI. Because you know what? We swore in Kash Patel. Kash Patel got sworn in, and a lot of the arguments about swearing him in was that he was going to expose the Jeffrey Epstein client list, and this really needed to be done. And it came up like a total nothing burger. Total nothing burger. Or a big cover-up, right? Hey, Donald, you're rattled again 18 years later and still live rent-free in that collapsing brain of yours, and I still live rent-free in that collapsing brain of yours. You call me a threat to humanity, but I'm everything you fear. A loud woman, a queer woman, a mother who tells the truth, and an American who got out of the country before you set it ablaze. You build walls. I build a life for my autistic kid in a country where decency still exists. You crave loyalty. I teach my children to question power. You sell fear on golf courses. I make art about surviving trauma. You lie, you steal, you degrade. I nurture, I create, I persist. You are everything that is wrong with America, and I'm everything you hate about what's still right with it. You want to revoke my citizenship. Go ahead and try. Keep Jeffrey with a tangerine spray tan. Keep King Joffrey with a tangerine spray tan. I'm not yours to silence. I never was. Rosie. And then this organization, who's ever's posting that. Oh, that's just a comment. So anyway, I just wanted to bring that up, that not only people being taken off, not only children getting, shot by ICE, or injured by ICE. Let me just, I'm not sure exactly what was shot, but what from the newscast, what I can remember, there was like a projectile of some sort that was shot at the child. So not only are you raiding people and, injuring children, but he's threatening to like take a United States citizen's citizenship away from them. I mean, like, really, maybe Trump should like think twice as the president before he makes a social media post. I mean, I know some of you guys like Trump. I know there's a lot of mixed feelings about them, and I respect everybody's opinion, but I hope that you respect mine as well, because we all have one. We all have a feeling that we're gonna like be like what America is, or be a democracy. Then maybe we need to listen to each other's viewpoints and still like give some room and some space to share it. I mean, how are you and I different than any other discussion that's happening here globally, really? Okay, I'll take that share off. Hi, Raven. Raven says, when they actually do fight, they're fighting over who gets control of us. None of them are on our side, in my opinion. I guess somebody named Algorithm. The Algorithm Reacts Comedy. I have a feeling this is going to be a troll. I'm not watching this movie anymore, LOL. We thought this Epstein thing was going to drain the swamp, per se. Oh, hi. I mean, maybe you're okay. I don't know. The Algorithm Reacts Comedy. I'm not watching this movie anymore, LOL. We thought this Epstein thing was going to drain the swamp, per se. This is sad. I know we did. I mean, I know, and I think a lot of people know this. I voted for Trump for twice. I voted for Trump twice, not the third time, but I did twice. And a big motivating factor for me to vote for Trump the first year was that he was going to drain the swamp. It had to do with the WikiLeaks that came out. It had to do with the discussion of Jeffrey Epstein, which was like slanted towards the liberals only. And I believed it. I drank the one-sided Kool-Aid, but not anymore, because it's not like that. I feel manipulated. I feel politically manipulated, and I would have expected more out of Trump than what we got recently. It's really foul to me right now. Ben says, yes, Algorithm, our hopes were so high. We all knew there was a list. Yeah, it's, and then isn't there like, they're saying that he really didn't unaliven himself, but then they found out that there's still a minute missing from the footage. It looks like the swamp has drained Trump. No, I don't. I'm going to disagree with you on that, Ben. It looks like the swamp has drained Trump. Do you believe that comment that because like Trump came back and tried to blame that all this stuff about Jeffrey Epstein and all of the, client list was actually created by the left now. Even though it was about the left, he's now blaming the left. I don't like the people that were supposed to be the swamp. I don't see Trump being a victim of that. I'm not even sure there is a swamp anymore. I mean, yeah, we got a lot of bad politicians, but they're bad on both sides. So I don't agree with that. I mean, like I don't know. I'm waiting for your response. I mean, I refuse to vote for any of them. When you vote for someone, you consent everything they do. I do not consent. Yes, Ben, they drained the swamp and Trump washed up with the rest of the monsters. Yes, that's how I feel about it. It's like, like Trump right now for me is not a hero. Is not anywhere. It's not. He is. There's something really wrong happening right now here in the United States. Like to say that about Rosie O'Donnell and just go, I'm going to take your citizenship away just because she doesn't like him, just because like they, butt heads. No one deserves to have their citizenship threatened, because of the fact that they're voicing their opinion. It's not one party. Dems and GOP mainstream is the uniparty. Maybe. I mean, but when you're talking about, here's another thing too, like we're talking, it's not just one party. When you're talking about parties, you're talking about the people that belong to those parties. And, in the United States, we cannot vote really, legitimately. I mean, your vote really doesn't count per se, I think, in some ways, until we can't even vote for the primaries if we don't belong to a party. Like, you have to belong to a party. So you have and the big parties are right or left. And then you have, we have independent libertarian or these other green peace or green, it's, I don't know, all that. There's all these different little ones, like libertarian's bigger, but there's little other parties here that you can go. But it's not the same. Like, it's not the same as being like a Republican or a Democrat. It's always been a Republican or a Democrat. Both parties have a different type of collective belief of how the country should be run. It's a thought between both parties, conservative and liberal, right? But when you talk about one side is bad or immoral and the other one is righteous, because like the right has the evangelical vote, which everybody goes, oh, well, the evangelical vote, the power of that, the conservative, well, that's the part that belongs to God. But how many evangelicals sin and do crimes against humanity? It happens. Like, just to think of something as being just an institution and being the righteous institution, I think is really dangerous thinking. It's not looking at something like, in the bigger picture. It's one bird, the wings but one bird. It's always been corrupted. Voting is given the illusion of choice. Yes. And there's a lot of people out there who feel that this is just a racket. Like, we really don't have a choice. We're not really sure what's running our country. Like, we're told that we have a say in our politics. I mean, I think like doing jury duty is like is doing a government civic duty. I mean, you're doing your duty in, you're giving somebody the right to have a trial by a jury of their peers, finding out what the truth is, sentencing somebody, whatever. There's a justice happening in that arena, right? But when it comes to like having a say in our government or making change, yes, we are able to make change with laws and things that I feel that there's more power for the individual American in local politics. It's easier to make change in local politics than it is in larger politics. And really, my feeling as an American, I don't think we've had a good president for a very long time. A very long time. We've been on the slippery slope for a long time. You can go back to Bush, Obama. I voted for Obama the first year. I even had a hat that was red that had Obama studs on my hat that glistened. One time I was driving and I didn't. a guy was crossing a crosswalk, and I was like, oh my God, I did not stop fast enough. Okay, so I stopped. The guy looked at me, and he should have been pissed at me that I could have almost barreled through that crosswalk, right? But because he saw that I had an Obama hat on, he pulled his hands up and cheered, yay! Because we thought that there was hope to believe in. We thought there was change coming to the country. And Obama signed the Monsanto Protection Act. Do you remember that? I do. And at that point, I was like, forget it. I could no longer be happy with him as being for another 4 terms. That's what lost it for me on Obama. And then what do? We do it again. Because I think America is looking for something. I think we voted for Trump because he was like a maverick. He was like, when he first came on the scene, he was really, really great. He was like, something different. He was calling out the media. People were unhappy with the media. So we thought, here's something fresh. Here, let's make America great again, which, by the way, is something that was said during the Reagan administration. And, I'm going to say that's a Roger Stone thing. Roger Stone goes, probably like 20 years later, what was it? More than 20 years later, 30 years later, people aren't going to remember that. People aren't going to remember that there was a make America great again with Reagan. Well, they'll suck it up and wear a red hat with the words across it. I mean, you got to give it to Roger Stone. That's a great slogan. But, last night I was watching videos where people were burning up there was 3 hats. I think it's going viral on TikTok or something. There's 3 hats being set aflame in somebody's barbecue. That's how unhappy people are about this. Ben says, I felt exactly the same way about Boris Johnson, but he betrayed us too. Yes. I mean, I liked Boris Johnson for a while, even though like I was an American. I thought, he looks pretty, I was agreeing, and they kind of look similar, right? A little bit. They kind of, except Boris isn't as orange as Trump is. Boris's hair was just always all over the place. I couldn't believe like somebody who couldn't manage his hair like that was prime minister. Managed his hair better than that was prime minister. So the algorithm reacts comedy says at Raven TW, once you put on the glasses, you can't take them off. You can't unsee the madness, and it's everywhere. It is everywhere. I've never known a time in history in my life, and I've been on the planet for a while now, that has been this crazy. I mean, I'm sure I wasn't alive during World War II. It must have been horrific. I'm thinking of people, and when World War II was happening, they probably thought that it was going to be the end of the world soon. And even now, with everything happening right now, we feel like it's the end of the world soon. I don't think people are going to buy this. I really think Trump is his presidency is in trouble. He thinks that he might get a 3rd term. Surprisingly, he will be picked to have a 3rd term. I don't see that happening at this point. I really don't. That's my prediction, for whatever that's worth. So first thing I want to do is just to kind of, let's just look, and I know this is off the Jeffrey Epstein thing, but it all is kind of related. I'm gonna do the chat GPT. Let's get that going here. All right, and let's start with Rosie. And this is, I mean, when you think about like right now, when you think about Jeffrey Epstein, we're never going to be able to separate Jeffrey Epstein from Trump. In our minds, we probably will never be able to separate Trump with Jeffrey Epstein for various reasons, for the fact that he used it as part of his political campaign, and we're disappointed, to the fact that there's so many pictures of them hanging out together, that if you're speculating something, right? I have to stop saying the word right. That's a word tick there. Okay, help me correct myself sometimes. If you're speculating that there's a client list of Jeffrey Epstein, which was basically the premise of the whole case, right? Oh, I did it again. Which was basically the premise of the whole case. It was about Jeffrey Epstein trafficking minors, or, all of it. And to a group of elite people and friends, with a crossover with the modeling agency, like all this stuff, big names, big associate. Oh, look, Prince Andrew. It doesn't just stay in the United States. It crossed over to England, having involvement or speculation in all of this. And when you look at all those people that you know, I mean, we've already seen flight logs. We've already seen things, all that stuff, all that speculation. Trump basically getting elected, like swinging people's opinion to elect him because they made it about the liberals. And there he is, big as you please, and all these photos. But everybody kept, this is how we did cognitive dissonance about it. We said, oh, well, they had a past. Oh, yeah, of course they would know each other. Oh, yeah, that was just this one event. But now Trump sees things differently. He never was really involved with that stuff. So we went with that. We went with that because he was pointing a finger at the other people. And then we get nothing. We get told he didn't unalive himself. He did unalive himself. There's nothing to see here. There's no client list. Now let's move on and focus on something else. No, it's not. It's not going to happen. Well, know why? Because you're talking about minors. You're talking about children. You're talking about crimes against children, against young people, grooming people. What is, if that's not the case, then why is Ghislaine in prison? Why is she carrying the moniker of that? Why couldn't we watch the trial? Why couldn't the trial be televised or public if there wasn't something to hide? Yeah. I mean, if there's no client list, I mean, shouldn't they be well, I guess there's testimony and things like that, but maybe it's the terminology of it. Maybe, is a Rolodex of names and contacts and business deals a client list? Like, define client list. Like, what was the list for? I don't think that it would be very naive to think that everybody who knew Jeffrey Epstein or went to the island or had some sort of association with him was involved in the grooming and the sex working of minors, massages, special little favors, all that stuff, right? Just because, like, you have an association doesn't mean that's that. Remember Heidi Fleiss's little black book, Who's in the Book, whose name was part of the prostitution ring? Remember that? I mean, this is the same thing, only it has to do with underage girls. And that is an even bigger crime and violation in what most people think. And I'm one of those people. I mean, some people, they're, Nevada has, prostitution is legalized in Nevada. People have varying degrees of like whether prostitution should even be a crime. But I think everybody can agree that the grooming and the harming of minors, the sexual assault of minors, that's a whole nother situation. Nobody thinks that's okay. So, here I am talking about other things. All right, so let's go with Rosie. I'm going to ask, did Trump threaten to take away Rosie O'Donnell's citizenship? I think I spelled that wrong. Okay, there we go. Okay. Yes, here we go. On July 12th, former President Donald posted on Truth Social, and I guess that's his network, right? I did it again. I said right again. Damn it! It's hard to get those word habits out of your mouth. All right. Yes, on July 12th, 2025, former President Donald Trump posted on social media, or on Truth Social, that he was giving serious consideration to taking away Rosie O'Donnell's citizenship, calling her a threat to humanity, and suggesting she remain in Ireland. However, legal experts and constitutional scholars are clear a president cannot strip a native-born American of their citizenship by decree. The 14th Amendment protects anyone born in the U.S. from such action, and there's no lawful executive path for revocation in this case. Rosie O'Donnell, who was born in New York in 1962, she's the same age as me, and moved to Ireland earlier this year, responded defiantly, calling Trump a dangerous and soulless man with dementia, and quipping, "Go ahead and try King Joffrey with a tangerine." It's actually funny now when I read it, because she's funny. Wait, let's do it again. Go ahead and try King Joffrey with a tangerine spray tan. Trump said he is considering revoking Rosie O'Donnell's citizenship. Legal reality, unconstitutional and impossible under current law. Citizenship rights for U.S.-born individuals are protected by the 14th Amendment. Yes, Trump threatened to take away O'Donnell's citizenship, but legally, you can't do it. Let me know if you'd like more detail on the constitutional protections involved in our history of the feud. So, yeah, there you go. So why is a president threatening something that he has no constitutional right to do? I mean, should he know better? And why does he care what Rosie O'Donnell says about him? She's a comedian. Why does he care about what the comic says when he's the big man president of the United States? I mean, people say in our community, they go, just ignore it. That person's calling you a pedo and blah, 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 blah. Just ignore it. Just ignore it. Okay. Well, how come our president can't ignore it? And on that note, I'm going to play my opening theme song. Let me pull that out. Welcome to Not My Rabbit Hole. Here we go.
He ain't no Saint Germain, no crown, no name. He plays the game sharp as a flame. Who's to blame for the stolen fame? A shadow dance in the devil's frame. Go in the rabbit hole, losing control, spinning wild on a stripper pole. Laughing loud all for the lows, but baby, that's not my rabbit hole. City lights and sirens scream, truth and lies blend like a dream. Wicked smiles, a clever scheme, chasing gold in the neon gleam. Go in the rabbit hole, losing control, spinning wild on the stripper pole. Laughing loud all for the lows, but baby, that's not my rabbit hole. Fast, can't find the ground, echoes of chaos all around. You chose this dance, this mad parade, but not every choice gets accolades. Go in the rabbit hole, losing control, spinning wild on the stripper pole. Laughing loud all for the lows, but baby, that's not my rabbit hole. Laughing loud all for the lows, but baby, that's not my rabbit hole. City lights and sirens scream, truth and lies blend like a dream. Wicked smiles, a clever scheme, chasing gold in the neon gleam. Going down the rabbit hole, losing control, spinning wild on the stripper pole. Laughing loud all for the lows, but baby, that's not my rabbit hole.
Ben the J.R. Porter says that I like Rosie O.D. She was an early target for cancel culture, and she questioned 9/11 on TV. Yeah, she said what she thought. She says what she believes in, whether you like her or not. There's no mystery about about Rosie. So yeah, I've always liked her, and I remember during the Obama administration they first got into it, and Trump was. I remember seeing clips of Trump saying, "Rosie O'Donnell is a horrible person." Rosie O'Donnell, he was just really trashing her, and I think it was. I think wasn't. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe I'm seeing this wrong. I'm remembering it wrong, right? But maybe I am remembering it correctly. But I think I remember Trump being a big birther, like not a birther, but he was with in part of the investigation of saying that Obama wasn't an American citizen. I should ChatGPT ChatGPT that too for a second. I know, because I feel like I remember that. Okay, let me ask another question. Was Donald Trump disputing Obama's U.S. citizenship when he was president? Okay, so it's searching the web. Yes, while Donald Trump was president and before, he did publicly dispute Barack Obama's U.S. citizenship as part of what became known as the birther movement. Okay, I was right, birther. He was a birther. Timeline of Trump's birther claims. 2011, presidential run prep. Trump began calling for Obama to release his birth certificate, claiming he had real doubts and suggesting there was something on that birth certificate Obama didn't want people to see. In April of 2011, Obama released his long-term birth certificate, which confirmed his birth in Honolulu. Trump downplayed his role. I'm really honored I was able to do something that nobody else could do. Even with the release, Trump continued to question Obama's citizenship. In a 2013 interview, he said he was still unsure, and as late as 2015, he stated, "I don't talk about that anymore," but did not affirmatively acknowledge Obama was born in the U.S. For years, Trump refused to say if Obama was born in the U.S. Finally, on September 15, 2016, he released a statement. President Barack Obama was born in the United States, period. At that time, he also blamed Hillary Clinton for starting the birther movement, a claim debunked by fact checkers. Isn't that interesting? Because now he is blaming basically Hillary, the Hillary camp of creating the Jeffrey Epstein client list, which I guess now is supposedly a LARP, right? Or something. It's fake news. It's propaganda, right? So now he waffles and is now still blaming. Oh man, see the pattern? I hate to admit it, but I think we've been duped, ladies and gentlemen. 2011 to 2015, voluntary-led birther conspiracy repeatedly questioning Obama's birthplace. 2015 to mid-2016, frequently dodged or refused to answer if Obama was U.S. born. September 2016, publicly acknowledged Obama was born in the U.S. for the first time. So yes, Trump did dispute Obama's U.S. citizenship for years, from 2011 through 2015, only quietly acknowledging the truth late in the 2016 campaign. Would you like more details on how this influenced public opinion, or how legal court challenges to Obama's eligibility was challenged? Yes, I would like to know. Yes, I would like to know. Okay. Great. Here's a detailed breakdown of how Donald Trump's birther claims influenced public opinion, along with legal challenges and their outcomes. 1. Influence on public opinion. Polling data 2011 to 2016. After Trump's repeated media appearances, a CBS NYT poll found 45% of Republicans believe Obama was not born in the United States. In 2016, a YouGov poll still showed 72% of Trump's supporters doubted or were unsure of Obama's birthplace, even after the birth certificate was released. Effects. Trump's claims help fuel a racially charged conspiracy theory, casting doubt on the legitimacy of America's first Black president. It bolstered Trump's popularity among parts of the GOP base who distrusted Obama and mainstream media. So this was happening. The distrust of the mainstream media was happening back then. The birther movement is now widely considered a key launching pad for Trump's political rise. 2 legal challenges to Obama's presidency. Between 2008 and 2012, dozens of lawsuits were filed alleging Barack Obama was ineligible to serve as president due to questions about his birthplace or citizen status. Bergs versus Obama in 2008 dismissed the plaintiff. Philip Berg lacked standing to sue as a private citizen. Keyes versus Bowen, dismissed California court ruled it was up to Congress to resolve disputes over presidential eligibility. Hollister versus Sotoro, dismissed a frivolous plaintiff was ordered to pay legal costs. That's interesting. What? Sotoro, not Sortoro. Tots versus Obama, repeated efforts by Orly tats, dubbed the Queen of Birthers, were dismissed for lacking legal merit or standing. Judges frequently sanctioned her. Legal conclusion: courts consistently rejected all lawsuits challenging Obama's citizenship or eligibility, reaffirming that he was born in Honolulu, Hawaii on August 4th, 1961. He meets the constitutional requirement of a natural-born citizen. Mainstream and legal pushback, Republican pushback. Prominent conservatives like Karl Rove, John McCain, and House Speaker John Bonner publicly disagreed with Trump's birthism. The military and legal establishment issued statements reaffirming Obama's legitimacy. Historians and media critics widely regarded birtherism as a racialized political strategy. Scholars noted it mirrored past historical effects to delegitimize. Wow! Scholars noted it mirrored past historical efforts to delegitimize African Americans' citizenship, which is part of the 14th Amendment. Okay. So, in summary, public opinion: millions of Americans doubted Obama's legitimacy, especially Trump supporters. Legal system: courts consistently rejected birther lawsuits as meritless. Trump's political career: the birther movement served as a springboard for Trump's entry into national politics. Historical legacy: historians widely view birtherism as a racist conspiracy theory designed to delegitimize a sitting president. And this really applies, I think, to right now. And also, he's accusing Obama of not being a citizen. He is threatening Rosie O'Donnell's citizenship for speaking out against him. He we have all this ICE thing happening with the farm migrants and the immigrants here in the United States that come from Mexico specifically. I mean, I don't see ICE taking any other type of people out from other parts of the country that might not be here legally, right? It's specifically focused on Mexicans. And California's getting it really bad because we're right there at the border. I guess Texas too, right? Oh, I said right again. So this is all very interesting to me, really. Okay, so I have a question, and this is going to go to Jeffrey Epstein. We're getting to the Jeffrey Epstein part, right? And did Trump use the Jeffrey Epstein scandal as part of his presidency campaign? And campaigns, let's make it plural. How far okay. I have Grammarly. I'm going to go with plural. You know what? Part of his, what I really want to know, because we know he did it recently, part of his 2016 presidential campaign. Was he part of that? Or what really influenced that? Let's go. Donald Trump did not publicly use the Jeffrey Epstein scandal as a central part of the 2016 presidential campaign. However, there's a detailed look at the relationship between Trump, Epstein, and the 2000 election context. I'm going to ask for a deep search. Let me see. I meant to do that. Can you run a deep search on Trump on the influence of the, I'm going to change it a little bit, Jeffrey Epstein. Can you run a deep search on the influence of the Jeffrey Epstein? The Jeffrey Epstein scandal during the 2016 election. To investigate thoroughly, could you clarify what specific aspects of Epstein's scandals influence you're most interested? For example, media coverage and public opinion in 2016, whether it influenced voter behavior, how far it was used or avoided by Trump, Clinton, or other political actors, connections between Epstein and any political figures. Let me know which of these or others you'd like to focus on so I can tailor the research appropriately. Can you focus on all of it? Understood. So it's gonna take a little while. Meanwhile, let's go back up here on the first question. Okay. So my question was, did Trump use the Jeffrey Epstein scandal as part of his 2016 presidential campaign? And then it said Donald Trump did not publicly use the Jeffrey Epstein scandal as a central part of the 2016 presidential campaign. However, here's a detailed look at his relationship between Trump, Epstein, and the 2016 election content. Trump, Epstein in 2016, what we know. Trump and Epstein's relationship. Trump and Epstein were known to socialize in the 1990s and early 2000s, particularly in Palm Beach and New York high society. In 2002, New York Magazine, quote, Trump said, "I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy. He's even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side." By the late 2000s, their relationship reportedly soured. Some say Trump banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago after an incident involving a young girl. 2016 allegations. During the 2016 campaign, both Trump and Bill Clinton were scrutinized in the press for past associations with Epstein. In June 2016, a woman filed a lawsuit under the pseudonym Katie Johnson, alleging Trump and Epstein had AR'd her when she was 13, alleging at an Epstein property in 1994. The lawsuit was dropped in November 2016, with her lawyer saying she had received threats and feared for her safety. Trump denied the allegations. Did Trump weaponize the Epstein scandal in 2016? No, not directly. Trump did not prominently use Epstein against Clinton during the campaign, even though Bill Clinton had flown on Epstein's private jet, nicknamed the Lolita Express, multiple times. Instead, Trump focused on Clinton scandals, such as Hillary's private server, Benghazi, the Clinton Foundation's foreign donors. Why not sue Epstein? Mutual exposure risk. Trump himself had past ties to Epstein. Why not use Epstein? Mutual exposure. Trump himself had past ties to Epstein. Timing. Epstein's most explosive crimes and 2019 arrest occurred after the 2016 election. Strategic choice. Campaign focused more on draining the swamp, immigration, crooked Hillary, and populist themes. Post 2016, after Epstein's 2019 arrest and death, Trump retweeted conspiracy theories suggesting the Clintons were involved. Post 2016, after Epstein's 2019 arrest and death, Trump retweeted conspiracy theories suggesting the Clintons were involved. So now he's saying, why are we still talking about Jeffrey Epstein and the client list? We have so many other things to be talking about, when he was actually retweeting these, what they're calling conspiracy theories now, during his first presidency. Wow. When Trump said that, why are we still talking about what does he think that the Americans don't remember anything? That we're not going to go, well, weren't you talking about that during your campaign? Like, look at me. I'm like, God, I'm so flabbergasted by it in a way that I'm like, let me chat GPT it to see if I'm remembering it right. Because maybe we're all suffering from the Mandela effect or something. Did Trump know Epstein? Yes, socially, in the 1990s and 2000. Did Trump campaign on Epstein's scandal in 2016? No, it wasn't a major part of his campaign rhetoric. Did the media ask about it? Occasionally, especially after 2016. Did Trump use it after 2016? Yes, retweeted Epstein Clinton conspiracy content in 2019. And this portion right here, by the way, I want to, now that I'm thinking about it, Sophia Music, I think it was yesterday or the day before, did a whole big long thing about, well, first of all, how he didn't really know Isaac Cappy that well. Right? Oh, so he's claiming. And that the reason why, Isaac Cappy was unalived was because he was outing Jeffrey Epstein. But you know what? Isaac Cappy really didn't come onto the scene until 2016. And so you can see right here that Jeffrey Epstein is already part of the dialogue, which has nothing to do with Isaac Cappy. I just want to put that out. I just want to here's another person who basically does things like Donald Trump does at the moment, where they just decide to make up new things that happened. No, this is what really happened. Well, you know what? Here it is right here. This has nothing to do with Isaac Cappy. Isaac Cappy did a great song, Brackets and Jackets, which we should probably play, that he helped fuel the Jeffrey Epstein scandal on YouTube and in the public domain. He was an influencer of that information, but he was not a whistleblower for that information. There were a lot of people talking about Jeffrey Epstein. I was talking about Jeffrey Epstein before there was an Isaac Cappy on Revolution Radio and doing roundtables about it. It was a common conversation in the alternative truth media, as what we called ourselves. So, to just get up on your Sophia Music page and try to, whitewash something that, maybe people are questioning him about, with information that could be easily sourced, easily remembered, easily found out. Jeffrey Epstein was being talked. I remember seeing, there was this show on HBO. It was called The Cat Club or the Cat House, which was about, they were prostitutes living in a working a best little whorehouse in Texas scenario. In Nevada. And they made a TV show out of it. And the guy who runs that was on television, like some news broadcast. I don't know if it was like, I can't remember if it was NBC or Fox or whatever. He was talking about Jeffrey Epstein right before the election and said, mark my words, this is going to be one of the biggest things people are going to be talking about real soon. He knew what was going on with Jeffrey Epstein. And a lot of people say, well, that's not, he was running a whorehouse. He's not really a morally upstanding guy. But even so, he came out and said, like I said in my argument, it's like legal prostitution is more acceptable than what happened with Jeffrey Epstein. By far, for more reasons than one. Okay, so I'm wondering if the deep search is ready yet. No. So let's play another song, and I will see we have here. Let's see, which one should we play? Let's do a Saint Germain song.
Saint Germain in the membrane. Insane is the ending game. Cure sacrifices a goat 720. Listen.
Oh wait, hold on. I'm screwing up here. What? Say it isn't so. Okay, hold on. Here we go.
Saint Germain in the membrane. Insane is the ending game. Cure sacrifices a goat 720. Listen to me. Try to believe, because I deceive 33-year-old me. For those who can't see, Saint Germain in the membrane. Insane is the end game. You are to blame when I created the game. Let's do the Saint Germain. Let's do the Saint Germain. Let's dance, pretend we're friends, and pretentious and contentious. Let's be Saint
All right, that is Saint Germain in the membrane. All right, I just want to give a shout out to Ben the J.R. Porter. He had to leave to do his own show on his channel, and you can, I suggest you subscribe to his channel. Matter of fact, I think what I'll do is I'll put like a link here. let me get to his channel. So I'll put it in the chat. I'm always I had Ben. If you watched Not My Rabbit Hole, he came and visited me in here in Fresno, California, and here's his channel. He is a UFO researcher and novelist, and there's his YouTube channel. And so he was, nice enough, supportive in coming by and hanging out with on my channel because he knew that I actually posted this on Facebook. Oh no, what happened? Oh, good Lord. Sorry, I accidentally. Shoot, wait. Sorry, I accidentally bleeped out my own channel. All right, let me just. What is happening here? Okay, I have the feedback. Remove that one. Okay, now we're. I still hear myself. This is bizarre. Oh, great. How did I do that? Wait. Okay. Okay. What? How do I have two of myself? Shit. Let me see. Put my headphones on. Okay. It's still doing. Hello? Let me get out of here. Hello? Damn it. All right. Okay, now I fixed it. Holy crap. I had 2 windows open. Can you guys hear me okay? I mean, I'm seeing that I'm on. So that was like really bizarre. And then everybody went away. Hello, 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 hello. Okay. So I think I'm good now. Let me see. I'm going to put my earphones in again. God. Hello? Hello, 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 hello. Yeah, I don't have any. I'm going to just double check that. See myself here. I'm just going to play some music for a second. I'll be back.
Central man in the membrane. Insane is the ending game. Cure sacrifice is a goat 720. Listen to me. Try to believe, because I deceive. 33 are on me. For those who can't see, Central man in the membrane. Insane is the end game. You are to blame when I created the game. Let's do the Saint Germain. Let's do the Saint Germain. Let's dance, pretend we're friends, and pretentious and contentious. Let's be Saint
All right. So yeah, I think I'm ready to go here. And the chat GPT is ready. Okay. So let me reshare the screen here. All right. So influencer of the Jeffrey Epstein scandal during the 2016 election. Influence of the Jeffrey Epstein case. Okay, so here it is. Introduction and context. Jeffrey Epstein was a wealthy financier and convicted sex offender who mingled with elite figures in business and politics. In 2008, he pleaded guilty to soliciting prostitution from a minor, serving a brief 13-month jail term, and becoming a registered sex offender. By the mid-2010s, Epstein's past and his connection to powerful people, including former President Bill Clinton and future President Donald Trump, began drawing intermittent media attention. Let me get my little cheater glasses here. Well, I don't know where they went. Well, I guess I'm going to have to power through it. As the 2016 U.S. presidential election unfolded, questions arose about whether Epstein's scandal would influence the race. This report analyzes Epstein's media coverage in 2016, its tone and focus, and examines any impact on public opinion, voter behavior, and campaign strategy. It also explores how political actors handled the Epstein issue, whether it led into anti-elite rhetoric in 2016, and how Epstein's associations with major figures, Clinton, Trump, and others, were portrayed. Timeline of Epstein-related events 2008 to 2016. June 2008, Epstein pleads guilty to 2 felony charges related to sex with minors. He serves 13 months in a county jail with work release and is registered as a sex offender. The unusually lenient plea deal, later often termed as sweetheart deal, was not widely known to the public at the time, but it set the stage for future scrutiny of Epstein's ties to influential people. Early 2015, Epstein's scandals returns to headlines when Virginia Giuffre, an alleged Epstein victim, files court affidavits accusing Epstein and his associates of sexual abuse. This includes explosive claims involving Britain's prince, Andrew, and prominent attorney Alan Dershowitz. Media coverage spikes, especially broad, and Epstein's connection to U.S. figures like Bill Clinton are noted in some reports. In 2015, op-ed, Epstein is described as a very shady and very rich convicted pedophile who donated up to $5 million to the Clinton Foundation and once traveled with Bill Clinton and a couple of babes to visit the Sultan of Brunei. Such stories foreshadow the potential political viability Epstein could pose. May 13, 2016, Fox News reports on flight logs indicating that Bill Clinton flew on Epstein's private Boeing 727 jet, nicknamed the Lolita Express, far more times than previously known. The Fox analysis finds Clinton took at least 26 flights aboard Epstein's jet from 2001 to 2003. Including 5 trips where Clinton's Secret Service detail did not accompany him. This revelation contradicts earlier reports of only 11 such flights and raises questions about Clinton's relationship with Epstein. The story is amplified in conservative media and catches the attention of the Clinton campaign staff per later leaked emails. Around the same time, on May 16, MSNBC's Morning Joe panel discusses Bill Clinton's Epstein ties with host Joe Scarborough, warning he's heard the story will blow up, and advisors predicting Donald Trump would not hesitate to use it against Hillary Clinton. On June 2016, a California woman using the pseudonym Katie Johnson refiles a civil lawsuit previously dismissed on technical grounds, accusing Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein of R-ing her at Epstein's Manhattan residence when she was 13 years old. The suit alleges that in 1994, Trump violently R-ed her, the underage teen, at parties hosted by Epstein, and that Epstein himself also sexually assaulted her during these events. The shocking allegation initially attracts little mainstream coverage, in part because earlier iterations of the lawsuit had inconsistencies. September to October 2016. The underage rape lawsuit against Trump and Epstein is refiled in a New York federal court in late September after being withdrawn earlier in the month. A court hearing is scheduled for December, raising the prospect that the issue could gain traction. In October 2016, Epstein accuses Sarah Ransom October 2016, Epstein accuser Sarah Ransom privately emails a New York Post reporter claiming to have video evidence implicating Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, Prince Andrew, and others in Epstein's activity. However, Ransom refuses to provide the supposed tapes and soon retracts her claims, admitting later that she fabricated the tape story to draw attention to Epstein's behavior and protect herself. No story runs in 2016 about Ransom's allegations, but this episode shows how Epstein's saga was spawning extreme rumors involving both presidential candidates. November 2nd, 2016, the woman behind the Jane Doe Katie Johnson lawsuit is slated to appear at a Los Angeles press conference with attorney Lisa Bloom to detail how her accusations against Trump and Epstein, about her accusations. The press event is abruptly canceled, with Bloom stating the accuser received threats and was too frightened to show up. November 4th, 2016, just 4 days before the election, Jane Doe withdraws her lawsuit entirely. Her attorney files a one-page notice of voluntary dismissal, offering no explanation. Through his lawyers, Trump had flatly denied all allegations, categorically untrue, frivolous. It is baseless. And Epstein's camp also declined to comment. The case's collapse means the Epstein-Trump race accusation largely vanishes from the news before Election Day. Election Day, November 18, 2016, the Epstein scandal ultimately remains a minor note in the election compared to dominant issues such as Hillary Clinton's email investigation, Donald Trump's Access Hollywood tape, and other sexual misconduct allegations, economic concerns, etc. Nonetheless, in certain circles, the Epstein story has percolated. Clinton's team monitored it warily, and Trump's allies signaled they were eager to capitalize on it. The question remained, did any of this materially affect voters' perceptions or the outcome? Media coverage of Epstein in 2016, volume, tone, and focus. Volume. In 2016, mainstream media coverage of Jeffrey Epstein was relatively limited in volume. Unlike the wall-to-wall coverage that would emerge in 2019 after Epstein's arrest, in 2016, Epstein appeared sporadically in news stories. Coverage tended to spike when it intersected with the presidential race or other high-profile events, for example, when flight logs were revealed or lawsuits were filed. Major newspapers and TV networks gave minimal attention to Epstein during the campaign, likely because he was not directly in the news. He was living quietly in Florida and in New York then, and because larger campaign controversies dominated the headlines. However, conservative outlets and tabloids devoted more attention, largely in connection with Bill Clinton. Fox News in particular pushed the story of Clinton's extensive trips on Epstein's jet, and right-leaning online publications amplified any Epstein-Clinton links. On the other side, A few center-left outlets noted Trump's past friendship with Epstein, especially when the 1994 R lawsuit emerged. But these stories got limited pickup before the suit was dropped. Overall, Epstein was not a top tier election issue in most mainstream coverage. Rather, he was a background scandal that flared up occasionally. Tone. The tone of the Epstein-related coverage in 2016 was decidedly negative and often sensational. Reports emphasized Epstein's status as a convicted sex offender and a pedophile, highlighting the lurid natures of his crimes. For example, Fox News and others referred to Epstein's plane as the Lolita Express, underscoring the underage sex aspect. When Bill Clinton's name came up, the tone was one of scandal by association, suggesting impropriety or poor judgment on Clinton's part for fraternizing with Epstein. A roll call piece citing Fox's findings noted that Clinton had flown without Secret Service on some Epstein trips and reminded readers Epstein spent 13 months in prison for soliciting minors for sex. This implicitly cast the Clinton-Epstein connection as suspicious. Conservative media went further, often insinuating that Clinton must have known about or participated in Epstein's misconduct. Breitbart News, for instance, highlighted comments that the Epstein story could blow up Hillary's campaign and push narratives from hacked emails showing Clinton's staff's concern. The tone towards Donald Trump in Epstein-related stories was very negative when mentioned. The R accusation was covered in a straightforward but grim manner by outlets like Politico, focusing on the disturbing details alleged. However, because that accusation was unproven and later withdrawn, many mainstream organizations handle it cautiously. In summary, the media tone was sensational and scandal-oriented, and mainly as a bludgeon in partisan context. Clinton's critics harping on Epstein. Trump's critics noting the lawsuit and Trump's past praise of Epstein. There was little sympathetic coverage of anyone involved. Epstein himself was universally depicted as a predator, which colored any mention of those associated with him. Focus and figures associated. Media focus varied depending on the outlet. Bill Clinton. Coverage in 2016 most often connected Epstein to Bill Clinton. The Fox News roll call reports about Clinton's 26 flights on Epstein's jet set the narrative frame. Many stories recounted that Clinton traveled to exotic locations with Epstein, e.g. Asia, Europe, Africa, and even skipped his Secret Service protection on some legs. Right-leaning media hammered this point to raise suspicions. Some reports also noted Epstein donated to Clinton-related causes like the Clinton Foundation or the Clinton Library, further linking Epstein to the Clintons' circle. Because Hillary Clinton was the candidate, coverage of Epstein, the Clintons implicitly targeted her by highlighting her husband's alleged misconduct or lapses. The tone here was often guilt by association, suggesting Hillary's campaign could be tainted by Bill's ties to a sex criminal, even though Hillary herself had no direct connection to Epstein. Notably, the focus was largely confined to conservative media and didn't become a mainstream campaign narrative on major networks, perhaps due to lack of new evidence and the sensitivity of the topic. Donald Trump. Epstein's association with Trump also received attention. though somewhat less volume in 2016 than the Clinton ties did. A widely cited snippet from a 2002 profile resurfaced where Trump quipped that Epstein was a terrific guy whom he'd known for years, and that Epstein likes beautiful women on the younger side. This quote from New York Magazine in 2002 was occasionally mentioned in 2016 coverage to underscore Trump's past friendship with Epstein. More substantially, the Jane Doe R lawsuit linked Trump to Epstein's worst crimes. Outlets like The Guardian and Politico reported on the suit's claims that Trump assaulted a 13-year-old at Epstein's home. The focus here was on the salacious and criminal nature of the allegations. However, because the case lacked corroboration and was dropped, major U.S. TV networks largely avoided it, and the tone in the print was careful. After Epstein's 2019 arrest, some 2016 footage emerged shown on NBC of Trump and Epstein partying together in 1992. But in 2016, that footage was not public. In general, media did not know that Trump, as a wealthy playboy, moved in the same social orbit as Epstein and had attended parties at Mar-a-Lago with Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Still, the focus on Trump Epstein in 2016 was limited mainly to the art allegations and brief mentions of their past friendship, overshadowed by the many other accusations against Trump that year from Access Hollywood and other women's allegations. Oh, my allergies are bothering me now. Let me come back here. Others. The Epstein scandal in 2016 also peripherally touched other figures. For example, Prince Andrew's name came up in Epstein's stories as Jeffrey had accused Andrew, and this sometimes appeared alongside Clinton or Trump in discussions of Epstein's powerful friends. Media noted Epstein's vast network of influential people, including politicians and celebrities. However, in the context of the U.S. election, Bill Clinton and Donald Trump were by far the most mentioned alongside Epstein. Occasionally, Alan Dershowitz, a prominent lawyer and Epstein associate, was mentioned, but usually in legal context rather than the campaign. There was also a brief chatter about Alexander Acosta, the U.S. attorney who crafted Epstein's 2008 plea deal. But Acosta only became nationally relevant in 2017 when Trump appointed him labor secretary in 2016. Acosta's name was not yet a campaign issue, though the leniency Epstein's received was cited as an example of powerful insiders protecting one another, a theme we will discuss in populist rhetoric. In summary, 2016's media coverage of Epstein was spotty and partisan skewed. Conservative media hyped Epstein and Clinton-related scandal, using a lurid tone and focusing on Bill Clinton's lapses, while most mainstream outlets gave Epstein little attention except when legally necessary. The overall framing was that Epstein's saga was another scandalous thread in an already scandal-saturated election environment. And, I'm going to take a little bit of a break here, and, let's play brackets and jackets. I don't know, maybe not. I don't want to play the whole video because Let's play a little bit of it. Let's do it in parts. We can get away with that. Or maybe I can do it this way. Well, okay, yeah. We'll do some of it. Let's see, which one should we pick? Oh, it feels like it's disappearing. Here, what's this one? Oh, wait. You're not seeing it. I gotta reshare the screen.
Hello, guys. Something special is happening in here. That's right. It's brackets and jackets. Bringing it back, but brackets and jackets. Special Epstein Island edition. That's right, folks. Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, the man with the island, which is suspiciously close to Haiti. That's right. You see, this man, Jeffrey Epstein, is funding lots of people. He's funding lots of people on the street to make sure his shit doesn't get out. That's right. They want the record sealed. And they're paying a lot of people. Epstein's paying a lot of people. Oh, boy. For one, he's got a whole Mossad media matrix in America. And I would bet you anything that Alex Jones is one of them. Prove me wrong. That's right. Cappy's in the portal. Cappy's in the portal.
Okay, so I'm going to stop it right there for a second. Okay, he's saying Mossad Media Matrix. All right, I'm kind of wondering, like, maybe we should like research that, right? And he's also throwing out Alex Jones as being one of them. And I don't know if you guys have seen, like, I saw a video recently where Alex Jones is really upset that the Epstein client list is gone. And, just almost like crying. I'm sick to my stomach. I think I'm going to vomit. I saw that his reaction that the client's list not gone, but we're being told that it never really existed. So, but now if you think back, apparently when Isaac Cappy went on Alex Jones' show, he was really grilling him on his authenticity of the things that he was saying. And so because of that, there was, an issue between Alex Jones and Isaac Cappy. So when we look at this, and I just want to say this, and I know we all love, like, everybody loves Isaac Cappy, right? I mean, a lot of people that come to my channel like Isaac Cappy, but you have to realize that he also is talking about Jeffrey Epstein, but he's throwing things through his own filter. And it's really weird, but I just realized this right now. So let's go back, because when you're accusing people of being a part of the Mossad, American media, and you're throwing Alex Jones in there, he's not really giving a fact about it. Although we do know that Isaac Cappy, obviously he has an issue with Alex Jones, but there is no link or proof that is actually real. However, it's being slammed into the Jeffrey Epstein narrative, which, as you can tell, I'm reading this right here. of a chat GPT and giving the history of how Jeffrey Epstein was talked about during the 2016 election. My criticism is about, and this was, like, I'm going to be honest with you. I always had a question mark about Isaac Cappy and the things that he was saying. And the thing that bothered me about Isaac Cappy is that he accused people of crimes, but didn't give any evidence as to why that would be. Not even an explanation, just that they are, just that it happened. All right. I mean, maybe with the Seth Green situation, he described his experience of what happened between him and Seth Green. But again, that's still hearsay. And he named a lot of people, like, for example, Tom Hanks and Steven Spielberg, and accused them of things and did not give any example as to why they were guilty of these crimes. Who also does that right now on their channel? Well, that would be David Schurter, and he's been doing it to me. So, and other people. So there's a pattern here of, it's one of the logical fallacies. It's where you take something that over here and you try to associate it to something over in another area, but you're not really giving a cohesive link as to why that should be. It's different to speculate something, so here we go. And by the way, just let me remind you that words and music are powerful. And the song will make you keep certain words in your head and in your consciousness. So it's a great way to implement information into people. I'm just saying that. Let's go back.
Hello, guys. Something special is happening in here. That's right. It's brackets and jackets. Bringing it back for brackets and jackets. Special Epstein Island edition. That's right, folks. Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, the man with the island, which is suspiciously close to Haiti. That's right. You see, this man, Jeffrey Epstein, is funding lots of people. He's funding lots of people on the street to make sure his shit doesn't get out. That's right. They want the record sealed. And they're paying a lot of people. Epstein's paying a lot of people. Oh, boy. For one, he's got a whole Mossad media matrix in America.
Mossad media matrix in America. So basically, he's saying that our media in the United States is controlled by Mossad. I mean, that's what it means to me, that it's owned by Israel. I mean, again, yeah, there's a lot of Jewish people in Hollywood. There's a lot of powerful Jewish people in Hollywood. There's a lot of powerful Jewish people in the media, but it's still, to think that our media is completely controlled. I don't believe that. And now, to some people, this kind of accusation where you are scapegoating a race of people could be considered anti-Semitic. I know that, I'm probably going to piss off a lot of people. You don't want to look at this. You don't want to see it this way. But I'm saying that it could be seen that way. Okay, let me stop. Okay, so let's get back to the scandal. Now, the question I put in was, like, how much, what media coverage was happening? What is my question? Let's go back to here again. I've already read quite a bit. Influence of Jeffrey Epstein scandal on the 2016 U.S. presidential election. Right, and I question, can you run a deep search on the influence of the Jeffrey Epstein scandal on the 2016 election? The reason why I'm doing this is because from what I'm reading, there was media coverage in 2016. There were allegations of sexual assault of a minor, a 13-year-old, that was in association of Donald Trump and Epstein. But somehow I don't feel like I even knew it about that back then. Somehow the media and Fox News or whatever made this, it was all about the Clintons and the Lolita plane, and it was all one party, all one group of people. So where was I here in this? Okay, so here's where we are. Impact. What was the impact? This is the impact on public opinion and voter attitudes from the Jeffrey Epstein scandal. Did the Epstein scandal meaningfully affect voter attitudes toward the major candidates in 2016? The evidence suggests Epstein's direct impact on public opinion was limited. There were no major public polls in 2016 specifically asking voters about Jeffrey Epstein. This is telling. It implies the issue did not break through the broad public consciousness as a distinct campaign issue. By contrast, other character issues like Clinton's emails, controversy, or Trump's treatment of women generally were extensively polled and discussed. Epstein, however, was largely baked into those broader concerns rather than standing alone. That said, Epstein's scandal may have contributed subtly to pre-existing perceptions. For Hillary Clinton, any mention of Epstein's primarily reinforced a narrative of the Clintons as ethically questionable or entangled with shady elites. Hillary already suffered a trust deficit with voters. For example, polls showed a majority of voters found her not honest and trustworthy by mid-2016. The Epstein story, insofar as it circulated, could feed into that cynicism. Voters who were predisposed to believe the worst about the Clintons, especially Republicans and undecideds, leaning Trump, might take Bill Epstein's ties as further proof that the Clintons associate with corrupt or immoral individuals. For instance, hearing that Bill Clinton flew on a sex offender's private jet to far-flung locations might solidify negative opinions about the Clinton inner circle. However, it's important to note that by 2016, voters were deeply polarized. Those inclined to distrust Clinton likely had many reasons beyond Epstein. Emails, Clinton Foundation donations, past scandals, and Epstein was just one more log on that fire. For Clinton supporters or neutral voters, Epstein's name likely barely registered, given the lack of emphasis by mainstream media and the Clinton campaign's avoidance of the topic. For Donald Trump, the calculus was somewhat different. Trump's image in 2016 was that of a brash outsider, but also one tainted by numerous personal scandals. The Epstein-related accusation that Trump had arred a minor was extraordinarily serious, yet it remained largely unproven and got limited airtime. Therefore, it likely did not penetrate the public consciousness in the same degree as, say, the Access Hollywood tape or the accusations from adult women that Trump had groped or harassed them. The Jane Doe lawsuit was reported in political news outlets and by a few international sources. But because the accuser never went public and dropped the case, many voters were never heard of it. Among those who did, pro-Trump partisans likely dismissed it as a smear or found it not credible, especially given it surfaced late in the campaign and procedural hiccups. Anti-Trump voters, already convinced of Trump's misconduct due to the other allegations, might have folded the Epstein-linked rape claim into a general sense of Trump's character, but it's hard to separate that effect from the broader narrative of Trump's behavior with women. If anything, Epstein's presence in the story added an extra layer of depravity. The idea that Trump socialized with a pedophile and might himself have assaulted a child. But again, this remained a fringe notion because the case didn't proceed. There's no concrete polling showing voters shifting because of this claim. It was overshadowed by other October surprises. One measure of public salience is how much campaigns felt compelled to respond to an issue. On that score, neither campaign faced widespread pressure to answer for Epstein in 2016. Hillary Clinton was never directly asked in a debate or major interview about Epstein's ties to her husband, likely a relief to her campaign. Donald Trump was not questioned about his Epstein friendship or the Jane Doe lawsuit in the debates either. This absence in highly visible forums suggests that journalists and voters were prioritizing their topics. It also implies that outside of partisan echo chambers, Epstein's scandal did not become a top of mind concern for the average voter during the election. In conclusion, while the Epstein scandal was a potent symbol of sleaze, I like that, in 2016, it mostly reinforced what people already felt about the candidates rather than changing minds. Clinton skeptics saw Epstein as more evidence of corruption. Trump detractors saw the Epstein-Trump link as more evidence of Trump's misogyny or predatory behavior. But there's scant indication that Epstein alone swayed any significant number of voters. His story remained a shadow in the background, ominous, intriguing, but not fully illuminated in the public arena from Election Day. Influence on voter behavior and the election outcome. When assessing electoral consequences, one must ask, did Epstein's scandal alter the narrative of the campaign or the behavior of voters in any measurable way? The consensus of analysts is no, not in any significant measurable way. So it's saying that it wasn't really used in the campaign. And it may have affected voters, but it wasn't. Here, Donald Trump and his campaign. Trump himself largely avoided mentioning Epstein in public during the campaign. This was a strategic decision, while Epstein's ties to Bill Clinton could be a weapon against Hillary. Trump was also personally linked to Epstein, which made the topic double-edged. Trump instead attacked the Clintons on related terrain without naming Epstein. For example, he frequently brought up Bill Clinton's past sexual scandals and abuse allegations, calling Bill the biggest abuser of women in the history of our country, and Hillary an enabler of Bill's misconduct. These broadsides were general, referencing Monica Lewinsky or Juanita Broderick implicitly, but not Epstein. The closest Trump came to leveraging Epstein might have been through surrogates or social media hints. Late in the race, there were reports that Trump ally Roger Stone was urging Trump to hit the Clintons over Epstein, and Breitbart, chaired by Trump's campaign CEO Stephen Bannon, ran multiple stories highlighting Epstein-Clinton links. The Trump's campaign's official channels, such as spokesman Sean Spicer and RNC staff, did push the Fox News story about Clinton's Epstein flights on Twitter. Now, so basically what it's saying is like Trump didn't use it, but right-wing newscasts did focus on it. Therefore, there was, by the media, a push for the Epstein scandal. So, I mean, is that the Masada media, American media, that Isaac Cappy is claiming because they were pushing the scandal mostly onto Bill Clinton and not to Trump. That was happening, and to think that that's not going to affect voter opinion for some people, or the people that are neutral like me, I think the intent is to possibly affect voter opinion, since Hillary was running for president at that time. This indicates that the Trump team sought to amplify the Epstein issue subtly, letting media and surrogates make the accusations while Trump himself stayed publicly hands off. This approach minimized Trump's risk of blowback, since Trump's own Epstein friendship, or the Jane Doe allegations, could boomerang if the topic got too prominent. After the election in 2019, Trump would claim he wasn't a fan of Epstein and cut ties years ago, but during the campaign, he mostly kept silent on Epstein. The net effect is that Trump used Epstein as a shadow narrative. He benefited from the Clinton-Epstein association being in the news without having to raise it at a debate or a rally. Okay, so now Trump puts out on social media that all of this was created by the left. This scandal was created by the left, and somehow he's the victim of it. And yet clearly you can hear that on a shadow level with his own media supporters, they were using that scandal to color the Clinton presidency, or campaign, the election. Hillary Clinton and her campaign. The Clintons' campaign strategy was to avoid legitimizing the Epstein issue or giving it oxygen. Publicly, Hillary Clinton never addressed Epstein during 2016. This was unsurprising, and any comment would draw attention to. This was unsurprising. Any comment would draw attention to Bill's past, which her campaign saw as a liability. Instead, the Clinton team quietly monitored the situation. According to emails from Clinton campaign chairman John Podesta account released via WikiLeaks, Hillary's staff routinely monitored media for any Epstein Bill Clinton stories. They circulated articles including Fox News flight log piece and even local news columns tying Clinton to Epstein. In one exchange, Bill Clinton's chief of staff, Tina Flournoy, forwarded a 2015 BuzzFeed article titled "Plenty of Innuendo, but No Hard Evidence of New Clinton Sex Scandal," which debunked some Epstein-Clinton rumors. Flournoy's one-word response was "good." This suggests relief that mainstream outlets weren't fully buying into the speculation. Another internal email, subject line 2016 GOP hit on HRC, flagged the Fox News Epstein story and noted Republicans promoting it. The Clinton campaign clearly was bracing for Trump to invoke Epstein or for a late campaign media frenzy. They even had to consider responses to wild allegations like Sarah Ransom's, even though those were retracted. In the end, the Clinton campaign was fortunate. Trump and major media mostly held their fire on Epstein, so Hillary never had to publicly defend her husband on that front during the race. Bill Clinton also remained mum on Epstein in 2016. Only after the election, once Epstein was arrested in 2019, did Bill Clinton's office issue statements clarifying the extent of his interactions, claiming he knew nothing of Epstein's crimes and that he'd flown only 4 trips on Epstein's plane, despite evidence of many more logs. During the campaign, the Clintons' strategy was containment, and it largely succeeded in keeping Epstein in the margins. Other political actors outside the main campaigns, others took up or steered clear of the Epstein matter for their own ends. Notably, Republican organizations and pro-Trump media did use Epstein as a talking point. The Republican National Committee circulated talking points about Clinton's risky associations, and Epstein's name was occasionally mentioned in that context. Conservative commenters, e.g., or on talk radio or Fox opinion shows, would bring up Epstein when lambasting the Clintons. For example, the right-wing pundits highlighted that Epstein's legal team once included Clinton allies, or that Epstein had visited the Clinton White House in the 1990s for a donor event, according to visitors' logs. Meanwhile, Democratic surrogates generally avoided the topic of Epstein entirely, since there was no advantage for them in raising it. They focused instead on Trump's well-publicized misconduct, like the Access Hollywood tape. Okay, so I'm going to scroll through here. Epstein as a symbol of elite corruption, populist, and anti-established rhetoric in 2016. One important dimension is how Epstein's saga fed into the broader and anti-elite populist sentiments coursing through the 2016 campaign. Both the Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump movements drew on narratives that the system is rigged by elites, albeit different ways. Epstein, a rich man who escaped serious punishment for heinous crimes thanks to the high-powered connections, was in many respects a perfect example of those decrying elite corruption. However, the extent to which he was explicitly invoked in this context during 2016 was limited. And wow, it gave me a lot. Epstein's connections to major political figures and 2016 coverage of those links. Bill Clinton, Epstein's most prominent political associations was with former President Bill Clinton. By 2016, the public record from earlier investigations of flight logs showed that Clinton had a friendly relationship with Epstein in the early 2000s. Clinton flew on Epstein's private jet multiple times after leaving office. As reported in 2016, Clinton took 26 flights on the Lolita Express between 2001 and 2003, visiting places like Europe, Asia, and Africa, often related to the Clinton Foundation work. Some flights Clinton took with Secret Service agents, which raised eyebrows. Additionally, without Secret Service agents, raised eyebrows. Additionally, Epstein had donated $10,000 to Clinton's campaign in the 1990s and over $1 million to the Clinton Foundation, the Clinton Presidential Library. Photos existed of Clinton with Ghislaine Maxwell, Epstein's close associates, at events, and Epstein reportedly visited Clinton's White House on a couple of occasions for donation receptions. In the 2016 cycle, media coverage of the Clinton-Epstein link was mostly driven by conservative outlets. They framed Clinton's association with Epstein as nefarious or at least deeply embarrassing. For example, Morning Joe's discussion, amplified by Breitbart, posted that Bill Clinton's Epstein ties could blow up Hillary's campaign with the logic that Hillary's use of Bill as a surrogate opened the door to scrutiny of Bill's scandals. The Clinton camp tried to downplay these links. When asked post-2016 staff security with him, a statement contradicted by flight log evidence. In 2016, no such defense was issued because the mainstream press didn't force the question. And it goes on. So the bottom line is, here's the conclusion. Let's do the conclusion. During the 2016 U.S. presidential election, the Jeffrey Epstein scandal remained largely on the periphery, a dark cloud that neither campaign fully brought into the storm. Media coverage of Epstein in 2016 was sporadic and tended to mirror partisan priorities. Conservative outlets harped on his ties to Bill Clinton, while only occasional pieces noted Donald Trump's acquaintance with him. The tone of coverage was uniformly negative, as Epstein was already a convicted offender, and reporting highlighted the unsavory implications of any association with him. However, the volume of coverage was modest compared to the main issues of the campaign. In terms of public opinion, Epstein's scandal did not become a defining election issue. It likely reinforced some voters' existing distrust toward the candidates, particularly adding to a narrative of Clinton/world corruption or Trump's personal misconduct. But there's little evidence it changed minds or votes on a significant scale. Likewise, no clear voter behavior shifts or electoral outcomes can be attributed to the Epstein matter. It was drowned out by larger controversies and concerns. Politically, the Epstein issue was something both Trump and Clinton camps handled gingerly. Trump's team signaled it via proxies but avoided direct engagement, and Clinton's team braced for attacks that mostly didn't materialize. Each campaign recognized the danger in the topic. It was a live grenade that could explode in either hands. Their deft avoidance meant Epstein was never a centerpiece of 2016 campaign rhetoric. Yet, the Epstein scandals were not meaningless in 2016. It contributed quietly to the narrative of elite maleficence that undermined much populist fervor that year. In campaign speeches about a rigged system or an out-of-touch elite, one could easily slot Epstein as a real-world example, even if candidates didn't name him. Indeed, Epstein's existence and the impunity he enjoyed for so long symbolized the very inequities against which voters were rebelling. In this way, Epstein was part of the cultural undercurrent of 2016, a cautionary tale of wealth, power, and abuse that fed a loss of faith in establishment leaders. The connections between Epstein and political figures like Bill Clinton and Donald Trump were acknowledged in 2016, but not deeply probed during the election. These connections became much more scrutinized in subsequent years when Epstein was arrested again and ultimately died in custody in 2019. Looking back, one can see that many threads present in 2016 secretive sex scandals, questions of how far corruption goes, and the entanglement of money, power, and privilege were epitomized by the Epstein case. However, at the time, those threads were overshadowed by more immediate battles. In retrospect, the Epstein scandal in 2016 was the dog that didn't quite bark. It had all the makings of campaign megastory: sex, crime, famous names, yet it remained mostly subdued. This was due to a combination of strategic silence from the campaigns, a lack of new Epstein developments during the election, and the sheer overload of other news. The legacy of Epstein in the 2016 election is thus one unrealized influence. He was a ghost at the feast, present and talked about in hushed tones, but never fully emerging in the din of one of America's most contentious elections. All right, so this is like, the background of Jeffrey Epstein's influence on the 2016 election when he ran against Hillary Clinton. And the next question I'm going to ask ChatGPT is, what influence did the Epstein scandal did the Jeffrey Epstein scandal have on the 2024 election? Presidential election. Oh, wait. Shoot. All right, no, I want to do a deep search on that. Can you give me a deep search on this topic? I'm going to go like this. See if it'll get that. So ChatGPT is coming back and asking, to ensure I provide a thorough and relevant deep search, could you confirm what specific aspects of Jeffrey Epstein's scandal influence in the 2024 election you'd like me to focus on? For example, how it affect Trump's campaign strategy and MAGA base, reactions from opponents or Democratic campaigns, broader media coverage and narrative framing, public opinion, disinformation, or conspiracy theories, electoral impact, turnout, polling, etc. Can you do questions 1, 2, 3, 4 and answer whether Trump promised to expose the Epstein client list during his campaign? That's my question. All right, so it's searching, and I'm going to take a little break here. Oh my God, there's nobody watching me. I don't care. I'm going to keep going. Maybe you're just not in the chat. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I kind of screwed up again. Hold on.
Saint-Germain in the membrane, insane is the end game. Cure sacrifices a goat, 7 months for me. Listen to me, try to believe, because I deceive. I deceive that it heals for those who can see. Saint-Germain in the membrane, insane is the end game. You are to blame when I created the game. Let's do that, Saint-Germain. Let's do that, Let's dance, pretend we're friends, and pretentious and contentious. Let's be Saint-Germain. Let's be Saint-Germain.
All right, welcome back to Not My Rabbit Hole, and welcome if you're just joining me for right now. We are, I'm exploring the influence of the Jeffrey Epstein scandal just on the Trump administration from the first election to this election. And so now I've asked ChatGPT to can you, let me see, I'm going to give you my specific answer. Can you give me a deep search on this topic? What did I do? All right. Yeah. First, I basically asked, what influence did the Jeffrey Epstein scandal have on the 2024 presidential election? Okay, that's the question. And then it brought some stuff up. And read the conclusion, because then I realized because on ChatGPT there you can do a deep search, and I really want to do a deep search on this. So then I'll just share the screen right now. Let me share the screen here. So it says, can you do, so basically I asked that question, right? And then I stopped myself because it gave me some, an answer, it gave me an overall assessment. It said that it inspired internal MAGA debate, base demanded action, administration deflected, became a vehicle for the broader elite mistrust, symbolic of corrupt cover-ups, faded from public and campaign narratives, no major voter. Okay, recent 2020 Epstein outcry prompts warning to Trump's from MAGA leaders, a huge risk. It's kind of like summary. Epstein was never a frontline campaign issue in the public view. It slightly affected MAGA morale, but didn't sway broad voter decisions. This is just the short one. But then, I stopped myself. I said, I want to do a deep search. And then it came back to me. It says, to ensure I provide a thorough and relevant deep search, could you confirm what specific aspects of the Jeffrey Epstein scandal's influence on the 2024 election you'd like me to focus on? For example, how did it affect Trump's campaign strategy and MAGA base, reactions from opponents or Democratic campaigns, broader media coverage and narrative framing, public opinion, disinformation, or conspiracy theories? So I did the top 4, and then I added answer whether Trump promised to expose the Epstein client list during his campaign. I added that because that's more, because I know he did that. I've looked at other coverage as well that, part of his promise to us was that the Jeffrey Epstein client list was going to be exposed by the FBI. We've been waiting for Pam Bondi. We've been waiting for Kash Patel. This is a big deal. We've been waiting for these documents, just like we've been waiting for, the JFK assassination. We've been waiting for Martin Luther King Jr.'s, Trump said he was going to have these documents unsealed and made available to the public. Martin Luther King Jr.'s death, John F. Kennedy's death, and the Jeffrey Epstein client list. And I beg to differ that the one that most people are really wanting to see at this point is the Jeffrey Epstein client list, because it is linked to the narrative that it is part of the draining the swamp, that the liberals have been guilty of this, associated with the Clintons, and really, if you're just joining me, I've spent a whole lot of time trying to, researching the influence of the Jeffrey Epstein scandal on the 2016 election. And yeah, it did have an influence on it. There were right-wing or conservative media outlets that were linking Bill Clinton to the Lolita flights, going from Fox News, everything. It was Breitbart wrote about it. It was an undercurrent of media that happened during that time, during that election. But it did say that it mostly focused on Hillary's, campaign donations and the deleted emails, and all these other scandals were focused. But both sides did not want to touch the Jeffrey Epstein topic, because at that time he'd been arrested, served time. He was a registered sex offender, and so it wasn't. If you compare the 2016 election to the 2024 election, there's a whole lot of things that happened with Epstein at that point, and. So, but it was still there. It was still there, and it was still on everybody's mind. Everybody wanted to know what happened to the client list. We were all upset that we didn't get to see the Ghislaine Maxwell trial televised. I think, like most of us, there are mysterious deaths of people associated with it, starting right now with the death of Virginia Giuffre. So these things are they're a part. There's a question, like it's one of those things, like who shot JFK. It's like, well, what is the client list? Yeah, it makes Heidi Fleiss's little book scandal look like, like that was just nothing. It was a big deal then, but this is way bigger because we're dealing with minors. And what I thought was interesting in the search that I did earlier was that there was a scandal with a 13-year-old girl between Jeffrey Epstein and Trump that was percolating a little bit, and she was going to go to trial, but she was afraid for her death and dropped the charges, like literally, like within the time frame of the election, within days of the election. So there's also that, ladies and gentlemen, all right, which I didn't know until today, until I started doing this search. Thanks for confirming. I'll conduct a comprehensive investigation into how the Jeffrey Epstein scandal influenced the 2024 presidential election. So it's still analyzing here. So while we're analyzing, and while I'm analyzing, is David Schroeder on today? I'm just curious. Let me take a look at that. So David Schroeder is scheduled to stream at noon today. So in a half an hour, David Schroeder is going to go off. Oh, good Lord. And that saga goes on and on. I was thinking of like putting in, since we're talking about David Schroeder, well, I don't know if I can do more than one search at a time, but I was looking into David Schroeder's allegations of having a connection to Michael Aquino, and I did a really quick AI overview. Maybe I should just go ahead and like read the quick AI overview on whether or not David Schroeder has had. Is there any evidence that that David Schroeder ever knew Michael Aquino? And I just, on my phone, I looked this up, and it says evidence from various sources suggests that David Schroeder and Michael Aquino did not personally know each other. David Schroeder was an author known for the book Rabbit Hole, which detailed his personal experiences with ritual abuse. Michael Aquino was a military officer and the founder of the Temple of Set, a religious organization focused on the worship of Set, an ancient Egyptian deity. While Schroeder's experience occurred in Omaha, Aquino's activities with the Temple of Set and his military service were in different locations, primarily in San Francisco, according to Wikipedia. There's no information suggesting Schroeder was involved with the Temple of Set or that Aquino was involved in the events described in Rabbit Hole. In conclusion, there is no evidence to suggest that David Schroeder and Michael Aquino knew each other. Okay. All right, it's ready. The ChatGPT is ready. It's done a deep search on my question or questions, right? And here we go. The Epstein scandal's influence on the 2024 U.S. presidential election. Introduction. Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking. Give me a little more light on here. Jeffrey Epstein's sex trafficking scandal and mysterious 2019 death cast a long shadow over American politics, even years later. Epstein's ties to elite figures from former President Bill Clinton to British royalty and Donald Trump himself, and the speculation around his death in jail officially ruled a suicide, made his case fertile ground for conspiracy theories. By the 2024 election cycle, the Epstein scandal had evolved into a political flashpoint. It became a tool for campaign messaging, a talking point in partisan media, and an ammunition for conspiracy movements that thrived on the notion of a hidden elite pedophile ring. This report examines how Epstein's ghost influenced the 2024 presidential race, from Donald Trump's campaign strategy and the MAGA base's reactions to Democratic candidates' responses, media narratives, public opinion, and the saga of Trump's promise to expose Epstein's client list. Trump's campaign strategy and the MAGA base. Donald Trump's 2024 campaign actively harnessed the Epstein scandal to reinforce his anti-elite, drain the swamp narrative. Trump positioned himself as the outsider who would finally expose long-hidden truths that the establishment supposedly covered up, providing Americans the truth, as one White House memo framed it, became a theme of his campaign and prospective second-term agenda. This included pledges to declassify secret files on touchstone conspiracy topics, from the JFK assassination to the Epstein files. Trump leaned into the idea that previously withheld revelations would vindicate his supporters' suspicions about corrupt elites. The promise of exposing Epstein's secrets was politically useful to him, allowing Trump to cast himself as the one champion of voters kept in the dark by a powerful cabal. And this is from an article. We're going to look at some of the links now. I know the other stuff I didn't look at the links, but this part we're gonna definitely look, because this is where the real crux is. I mean, you can say, yeah, there was an influence on the 2016 election. There wasn't a slight influence on voters' minds, associating the Trump, the Clintons, to this elite cabal that is harming or grooming young women and sexually assaulting them, etc. It goes into all this area that was percolating. That was a shadow ghost in maybe changing the minds of some neutral voters out there. Now we're going to talk about how Trump, because this is what pisses me off about Trump. I'm just going to be real frank right now. It really bothers me how Trump waved his hands and gaslit America. Like, oh, you're still wondering about the client list? Let's move on. There's nothing there. There's nothing there. Like, he gaslit us. He gaslit us after there was no client list. That is, to me, that's unacceptable, and especially unacceptable when he used that promise in his campaign. That is why I'm doing this today. I don't know about you, but I feel really angry about that. I'm not really angry, but I'm vocal. I'm being vocal about it. So this is the Atlantic. Explicit Epstein-related promises became part of the Trump's messaging. In September of 2024 interview, Trump said, "I'd be inclined to do the Epstein files. I'd have no problem with it if reelected." This is reported again in theatlantic.com. Same article. On Fox News and on Fox and Friends weekend during the campaign, he was asked if he would declassify the Epstein files as president. Trump answered, "Yeah, I think I would." He did add a caveat about not wanting to harm anyone with phony information, but affirmed the intent to release the files. Trump's close allies amplified this pledge. For instance, Kash Patel, apparently personal friend of Thomas Schoenberger, a Trump loyalist who frequently stoked Epstein conspiracies, urged that President Trump should run on it. On day one, roll out the Epstein Black Book. This is reported by FoxNews.com. This signaled to the MAGA base that a second Trump term would finally reveal Epstein's purported client list of the high-profile accomplices. This strategy energized a segment of Trump's base, particularly followers of the 17th letter of the alphabet conspiracy cult. 17th letter of the alphabet believers had long idolized Trump as a savior figure who would expose a global ring of pedophiles embedded in the deep state. The Epstein scandal, with its rich mix of sex crimes, powerful figures, and a suspicious death, was essentially a more palatable and plausible version of the 17th letter of the alphabet conspiracy theory, minus some of the 17th letter anons, more outlandish elements. So that's true. Like when Isaac Cappy was talking about this and doing the Media Matrix song, and the Mossad Media Matrix, the Epstein jackets and brackets, right? I just played a little bit of a portion of that song right now. Because he got arrested again, and the unaliving happened, and Ghislaine Maxwell. I mean, when we look at Isaac Cappy, we go, oh, he was legitimate. He was saying, that he was talking about Jeffrey Epstein and putting it out there before everybody else is. But as you can see from earlier on this stream, where I researched what the media was saying about Donald Trump and everything like that. That was around the 2016 election. All those narratives were being discussed already, even in the mainstream media. So, yes, Isaac Cappy fueled that out, but he also fueled it underneath MAGA, and he also fueled it underneath the 17th letter of the alphabet conspiracy, which made people think that there was drops happening within the government, somebody with Q clearance. When in fact, all these things were already being investigated, at least by the media, and being talked about on the mainstream media going back to 2016 and before that group actually happened. But as you can see here, ChatGPT is discussing it. Like there is a definite link between these narratives that happened on 4chan and also what's been happening politically, and also what Trump is basically was promising to expose. And Kash Patel was also seen as being part of a group of people who could be labeled under doing conspiracies about the client list. And now he's the director of the FBI, and he shows up and says, "Oh, I don't have anything." Yeah, right. Then Trump gaslights everybody. Oh, you're still interested in this? No, yeah, well, it's been in front of our face the whole entire time. Associated with the 17th letter of the alphabet, which is a part of his contingencies, which is part of his voters. There was a direct association between these conspiracies and Trump. This strategy energized segment of Trump's base, particularly followers of the 17th. Okay, so I read that part. Yet Trump handled the Epstein topic selectively. On one hand, he allowed surrogate and friendly media to tout his rare promise keeper reputation on releasing Epstein info. And that is Oshi.com. On the other, Trump treaded carefully in public forums, aware of his own past ties to Epstein. Epstein frequently Mar-a-Lago in the 1990s. In 2002, Trump even remarked Epstein. And we'll do it again. I read this. This has popped up several times in this search or on these searches. In 2002, Trump even remarked Epstein, Epstein likes little girls. No. In 2002, Trump even remarked Epstein likes girls on the younger side, a quote that Democrats would never let him forget. Trump generally avoided invoking Epstein at major rallies or debates, instead using coded language against sick people and child predators to nod toward the 17th letter of the alphabet themes. This careful dance was evident in October 2024 when Trump held a massive rally at Madison Square Garden. He doubled down on red meat issues like immigration and hurled insults at Democrats, but made no mention of Epstein by name. The strategy was to fire up the base with conspiratorial undertones without alienating moderate voters with overt talk of Epstein. In essence, Trump welcomed the Epstein chatter in the MAGA ecosystem, but kept it at arm's length and broader campaign messaging. Nonetheless, the issue did influence Trump's relationship with his base. It created a sort of unspoken contract. If they delivered him in victory, he would deliver the truth about Epstein. This ideal was cemented by Trump's choices of personnel. His campaign and post-election staffing sent strong signals. He floated loyalists like Patel and Dan Bongino, both known for pushing wild Epstein theories for top law enforcement posts. As one analyst noted, he specifically nominated people who have been engaged in conspiracy theories for the past 5+ years, implicitly promising that they would pursue those theories in office. All of this fed an expectation that Trump win in 2024 would mean justice for Epstein's victims and exposure of powerful predators. Hammer of justice. I know somebody who likes to put that out there on their YouTube community page. The hammer of justice is coming. Responses from Democratic opponents. Democratic candidates and their campaigns mostly approached the Epstein scandal with caution, aware of its conspiratorial minefield and bipartisan messiness. No leading Democrat centered their 2024 message on Epstein. After all, Epstein had mingled with figures from both parties, and Democrats had little to gain by inviting scrutiny of Bill Clinton's trips on Epstein's plane. Instead, Democrats used Epstein indirectly to attack Trump's credibility and fringe tendencies. One line of attack was to highlight how Trump pandered to conspiracy theorists. Democrats cited this Epstein-related promises as proof that Trump was catering to the 17th letter of the alphabet crowd instead of focusing on real issues. For example, Democratic surrogates noted Trump's pledge to declassify the Epstein files, arguing this was an irresponsible indulgence of baseless conspiracy talking points. By amplifying the client list frenzy, Trump was playing to the 17th letter of the alphabet fringe. Democrats warned Biden's team generally avoided amplifying the Epstein topic so as not to legitimize it. But surrogates occasionally reminded voters that Trump himself once praised Epstein and even appointed officials who cut Epstein a sweet plea deal years ago. Oh, I didn't know that. Trump's labor secretary, Alex Acosta, infamously approved Epstein's 2008 plea bargain. The message: Trump was no crusader against Epstein's crimes. In fact, Trump's circle had enabled Epstein in the past. This context was raised in Democratic media appearances and ads, subtly painting Trump as a hypocritical on elite crime. Democrats became more vocal about Epstein as Trump's own handling of the issue started to backfire in 2025 after the election. Sensing an opportunity, opposition Democrats seized on MAGA world's Epstein-related civil war to score political points. In July 2025, with Trump in office, House Democrats led by Representative Jamie Raskin sent a formal letter to Attorney General Pam Bondi, accusing her Justice of Department of withholding some of Epstein's files to protect the president from any damaging disclosures. This was prompted by a social media bombshell from Elon Musk, a former Trump ally, who had speculated that Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not been made public. And we all know this happened. This is like they're sourcing The Guardian. We all know. Most of us who've been following this, we know exactly. We know that Elon Musk said that because it's fairly recent. Now, I believe, like I heard, to my understanding, he's rescinded it or something. But he did make that expose when they had their breakup, when their bromance ended. They also cited Musk's comment to suggest a cover-up. It was a clear attempt to tie Trump to Epstein's misdeeds, or at least highlight Trump's failure to be transparent despite his promises. Around the same time, Democratic Rep. Ro Khanna took a bold step in Congress in mid-July 2025 as MAGA infighting over Epstein peaked. Khanna announced he would introduce an amendment to force a vote demanding the full Epstein files be released in public. Why are the Epstein files still hidden? Who are the rich and powerful being protected? Khanna posted on social media saying every member of Congress should be put on record on this issue. This maneuver was designed to corner the Republican majority. If Republicans blocked the release, Democrats could accuse them of a cover-up to shield Trump or other allies. Indeed, Khanna's gambit aimed to squash any both sides on the hiding list narrative and put the onus on the GOP to live up to Trump's own rhetoric, as one observer noted on a discussion forum. Democratic campaign messaging in 2024 also occasionally highlighted absurdity of Trump's Epstein promises. For instance, when Trump allies were hyping a supposed trove of incriminating Epstein evidence in mid-2024, some Democrats quipped that Trump's campaign sounded more like a 17th letter of the alphabet message board than a serious presidential bid. They pointed out that Trump's DOJ in 2019 had already investigated Epstein's death and found it to be unalived. Yet Trump's camp was now spinning fantasies of secret client lists. As CNN reported, by late 2024, mainstream experts, including Epstein case veterans, still maintain there is no client list that I'm afraid of and dismiss the list as likely as conspiracy theorist fabrication. Democrats amplified these expert views to undercut Trump's insinuations. Notably, Democrats also reminded the public that Trump was in power when Epstein died. Epstein's 2019 death occurred under the Trump administration's watch. in a federal jail run by Trump's Bureau of Prisons. If there was a grand conspiracy to silence Epstein, Democrats mused it either happened under Trump's nose or not at all. This talking point was echoed by commentators and fact checkers. ABC News pointed out that Trump allies had long embraced conspiracy theories about Epstein's death, though few mentioned that Trump was president when Epstein died. This subtle reminder featured in Democratic-leaning media. If MAGA world suspected a cover-up in Epstein's fate, they'd have to reckon with Trump's own governance. In summary, Democratic opponents use the Epstein scandal defensively. They refrained from making wild claims of their own, instead focusing on Trump's behavior, his dalliance with conspiracy, his broken promises of transparency, and the potential that he might have something to hide. When Trump's base turned on him for failing to deliver on Epstein, Democrats were quick to fan the flames, launching oversight efforts and social media jabs to keep the spotlight on what they dubbed Trump's Epstein files fiasco. This approach allowed Democrats to attack Trump's trustworthiness without having to wade into the muck of conspiracy theories themselves. Media coverage, narratives, and partisan tone. The media's treatment of the Epstein issue during the 2024 election cycle varied sharply across the political spectrum. It became a Rorschach test for partisan media narratives, with conservative outlets using it to stoke suspicions about liberal elites, and mainstream or liberal outlets highlighting it as an example of right-wing conspiracism and even Trump's possible hypocrisy. Right-wing media, Fox News, Newsmax, OAN, and popular MAGA influencers on social media platforms initially leaned into the Epstein story as potentially explosive. Throughout the 2023 and into the campaign, conservative hosts speculated about the Epstein client list that would rock the political world. For example, Don Bongino, then a pro-Trump pundit, told his audience in September 2024 that, folks, the Epstein client list is a huge deal. It's going to rock the Democrat Party. There's a reason why they're hiding it. He asserted a lot of names on that list would be revealed, pushing the idea that powerful Democrats and other enlightened elites were exempt from justice. This became a common narrative in right-wing media that Epstein's network included high-level Democrats, the Clintons, and often insinuated, and that a cover-up was afoot to protect them. Fox News gave the Epstein files story significant play, especially as Trump and his allies made it a campaign issue. Conservative media. See, basically what's happened here is Trump has not followed through on his campaign. And when he didn't follow through on it, he gaslit America for wanting to know about the client list, for expecting the client list to be exposed. He gaslit America. Not only did he not follow through on his campaign promise, but he gaslit America when he didn't deliver. That is unacceptable, everybody. Unacceptable. In one December 2023 segment, Kash Patel, pre-FBI director role, claimed on air that you don't think Bill Gates is lobbying to prevent disclosure of Epstein's list, and scolded Republicans for not obtaining it. Clips like this on Fox and similar outlets reinforce the belief that bombshell evidence was supported by the powers that be. Right-leaning tabloids and blogs amplified any tidbit related to Epstein rumors of new documents, minor court filings, or statements by Ghislaine Maxwell from prison. all were spun into ongoing narratives that the truth is coming. However, as time went on and Trump's promises stalled, conservative media faced a quandary. By early 2025, Trump's own DOJ and FBI, now led by his appointees, were publicly contradicting the fantastical expectations. When a DOJ FBI memo in July 2025 announced that a systematic review revealed no incriminating client list and no evidence of Epstein blackmailing others. And this is FBI memo on July 2025. So that's coming from justice.gov. The link here is FBI. So that's, they just double linked it. It undermined years of speculation. Fox News and others had to cover the fallout. MAGA supporters' big letdown over the Epstein files became itself a news story. Fox News Digital ran a detailed piece enumerating 10 reasons why the DOJ FBI face backlash, essentially cataloging how figures like Patel, Bongino, Bondi, and Marjorie Taylor Greene had hyped the existence of a list or secret files. And this is foxnews.com. And foxnews.com is the source. This was a remarkable self-critic. Fox listed point by point each time a Republican official or influencer had raised expectations of exposing Epstein's network, e.g. Patel's comments, Trump's Fox and Friends vow, Senator Marsha Blackburn insisting accountability is coming. Bondi hiring a list was on her book. Bondi hinting a list was on her desk. By doing so, Fox tactically acknowledged the partisan narrative that had been built up and explained why the MAGA base felt betrayed when no big names were ultimately revealed. This coverage had a somewhat defensive tone, noting that multiple sources said no such list has ever surfaced, despite the lore. And this is abcnews.go.com. And quoting experts like Julie Brown, the journalist who broke the Epstein case, calling the client list story is likely grift by conspiracists. Fox News, Trump officials under fire for unfulfilled promises on Epstein documents. In contrast, mainstream and left-leaning media often portrayed the Epstein saga in 2024 as a mix of dark intrigue and political theater. Outlets like the New York Times and Washington Post reported on factual developments, e.g. documents, court cases, and generally did not treat Epstein's client list as credible without evidence. They analyzed how conspiracy theories about Epstein proliferated and seeped into politics. The Washington Post, for example, noted that by election day 2024, Americans were living in separate realities, flooded with misinformation from election lies to wild claims like elite controlling hurricanes. Epstein conspiracy theories were cited as part of the avalanche of deceptive claims, defining the campaign's information ecosystem. It's interesting that they're throwing the hurricanes in there. Conspiracy. So this was a Washington Post article. Conspiracy theories shaped the 2024 election. Liberal commentary outlets were more direct in spotlighting the irony and the hypocrisy surrounding Trump and Epstein. The Guardian ran stories on Trump rallies, mentioning that speakers would attack Democrats as degenerates and bring up various right-wing tropes. But Trump himself gave little beyond base pleasing rhetoric and avoided substantive issues. In that context, some noted Trump preferred to tell surrogate handle topics like Epstein. So he preferred to let surrogates handle, meaning other media, and that includes us, guys. After the election, The Guardian and others published key takeaways pieces describing the MAGA meltdown over Epstein. One Guardian exclusive in July 2025 detailed House Democrats' push to expose any Epstein-Trump links. This is The Guardian. And recapped how Bondi had spent months hyping up the Epstein materials to gin up Trump's core supporters. The tone of such coverage was often skeptical or scathing, framing the situation as Bondi's hype versus the nothing burger reality. I love that line. Wish I wrote it. Partisan differences in reporting were stark when it came up to assigning blame or motive. Conservative media tended to frame the Epstein saga as unfinished business, implying that if names weren't coming out, it was because of interference by the deep state or Democrats. This was exemplified by segments on OAN Newsmax and Newsmax, which speculated that Biden's DOJ, before Trump retook office, might have destroyed evidence, or that Epstein's secrets implicated Biden's allies, claims with no evidence but potent for fueling suspicions. On the other hand, liberal media insinuated that if anyone was being protected, it might be Trump or his friends. MSNBC anchors pointed out that Trump's name did appear in Epstein's little black book. The contracts book published by Gawker in 2015. Even if that alone meant nothing criminal, they highlighted that Trump had been closer to Epstein than admitted, noting reports that Trump flew on Epstein's private jet at least once, and that Epstein was at Mar-a-Lago regular until a falling out. Such reminders serve to undermine Trump's moral high ground on the issue. I guess Mar-a-Lago. Mar-a-Lago? Oh. Meanwhile, nonpartisan outlets and fact checkers aim to debunk misinformation about Epstein that circulated during the election. NPR ran pieces explaining why conspiracy theories about Jeffrey Epstein keep flourishing. They observed that Epstein's story was so tantalizing, rich, connected sex criminal dies mysteriously, that it naturally bred rumor. NPR's Untangling Disinformation series in January 2024 warned how new court document releases had set a fresh round of conspiracy theories in certain communities. And this one that's NPR. It gave examples of viral false claims. One theory was that a school shooting in Iowa was staged to distract from imminent Epstein reveal, while another claimed the buzz about Epstein list was itself a distraction from evidence that Trump won in 2020. These contradictory narratives.
I found this on the web. Was that a school shooting in Iowa staged to distract them? Eminent Epstein revealed, while another claimed the buzz about Epstein list was a distraction from evidence that Trump won in 2020. Check it out.
Thank you, Siri. That's weird. Siri confirmed this. Siri's listening. Well, at least I have Siri logged in and listening to this live stream. Thank you. Thank you for paying attention. Uh-oh. Okay. Anyway. That was so weird. AI is taking over everybody. These contradictory narratives illustrated that Epstein had become a malleable symbol, Conspirators could bend Epstein to fit any storyline, making him a permanent fixture in online election discourse. NPR also noted an interesting twist. Epstein conspiracies across the ideological spectrum more than most theories. Because Epstein had high-profile friends in both parties, this meant coverage of Epstein had to navigate not just partisan bias, but a broader public cynicism. In summary, media coverage during 2024 ensured that Epstein remained in the national conversation, but often for different ends. The right treated Epstein as a smoking gun that was about to implicate their enemies until proven otherwise, while the center left treated the obsession with Epstein as a phenomenon to be explained, either as troubling evidence of mass conspiratorial thinking or as a political liability for Trump. By election day, major narratives had formed. The MAGA camp was convinced Epstein's secrets would eventually vindicate them, whereas the others saw that MAGA fascination with Epstein as a cautionary tale of disinformation power in modern elections. Public opinion, disinformation, and conspiracy theories. From 2019 onward, public opinion about the Epstein case became a barometer of Americans' mistrust in institutions. By the time of 2024 election, a significant chunk of the public firmly believed the darkest theories. Polls showed that nearly half of Americans doubted the official account of Epstein's death. In fact, as early as 2019, 45% Americans believed Epstein was murdered, up to 34% just months prior, an extraordinary figure given no evidence of homicide. The meme, Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself, went fully mainstream, popping up in everyday conversations and internet jokes. This widespread belief united people across partisan lines in cynicism. The idea that powerful people got to Epstein appealed to both far-right Clinton haters and some of the left suspicious of Trump's DOJ. In essence, Epstein's death became a national shorthand for elite conspiracy. This mood heavily influenced the 2024 election course, priming voters to entertain other conspiracies as well. Disinformation related to Epstein swirled through social media during the campaign. With every new development, a court document unsealed, a minor associate's arrest, etc., false or exaggerated stories would emerge. For example, when some John Doe files were unsealed in early 2024, online forums, it lit up with false accusations. Just do this again. For example, when some John Doe files were unsealed in early 2024, online forums lit up with false accusations trying to tie completely unrelated figures to Epstein. Oh, well, David Schroeder does that right all the time. And, it's 12/11. So I bet he's saying that right now on his channel about me and some other people because, he's been telling people, don't focus on Jeffrey Epstein. The real worker bees in this is me and Daniel Dowd and Geo Farnsworth and a bunch of other people that I'm sure that they won't want me to mention their name. What is David Schroeder doing any different than any of this stuff that is crazy? I know he's streaming right now, but we're not going over there right at the moment. Conspiracy influencers often, others asserted that any lack of news on Epstein's proved a cover-up. This scattershot approach, linking Epstein to virtually anything, showed how malleable and useful his story has become in conspiracy-minded communities. Epstein's name became a vessel for whatever paranoia one wanted to project. And I'm sure right now, David Schroeder is projecting that paranoia. paranoia on his channel. Paranoia on his channel. I bet right now, as we speak, he's going to go through it. And then he's going to ask for a donation. And by the way, speaking of asking for a donation, I am asking for, let's take a donation break for me. If you would like to support my channel, you can buy me. I've got buymecoffee.com/Tere Joyce. I'm going to do like a really quick ticker tape of where you can find me. My PayPal is Hollywood Hemptress, and I am kind of hurting right now. I'm in between jobs. I start working next month. I have $6.10 on my bank account, plus maybe $60 in my savings, and I'm pretty much living off of credit cards until I go back to work and I get my scholarships and grants and whatever else. I'm going back to work 2 jobs. So if you want to support this channel, you want to support me, you want to support my work here on YouTube, as well as what I'm doing in my life, learning to become a good journalist, because we need them right now in the media, and I am working towards that goal. So if you'd like to help me out, you can do that way. And I accept super chats or super thanks here on the channel. So and at the very least, if you're not able to help me at this time or contribute to Not My Rabbit Hole, then if you could give this video a like and a share, and don't forget to like and subscribe to Not My Rabbit Hole for more Not My Rabbit Hole content. And this is a ever-changing, budding channel, so I'm excited to create varying degrees of content that I hope that you will enjoy, possibly like this one right here. So I'm going to put the fair use banner back on again, but yeah. Okay, so let's continue. I mean, I know David Schroeder's asking for money, and I'm probably more broke than David Schroeder right now. So I don't like to cry me a river or panic or whatever, but I am a little bit strapped at this moment. And I'm not making it up. Okay. So let's continue. So where did I leave off? The demand of conspiracy may well outstrip the supply. One media scholar observed capturing how hungry segments of the electorate were for narratives like the Epstein saga. And this is the Washington Post. Let's go back here. The sentiment fed into the larger narrative Trump pushed that the system is rigged and hiding horrible truths. Polling by 2024 indicated a broad openness to such ideas. Commentators noted that conspiracy thinking was no longer side/show in elections, but a core strategy to mobilize voters' emotions. Washington Post. The demand for conspiracy may well outstrip the supply, one media scholar observed, capturing how hungry segments of the electorate were for narratives like the Epstein saga. Again, Washington Post. That's the source. The Epstein case also spawned a cottage industry of conspiracy entrepreneurs. Personalities on YouTube, podcasts, and Twitter leverage Epstein-related rumors to gain followings and even sell merchandise. 17th letter of the alphabet affiliated influencers in particular would frequently tease major Epstein revelations coming soon, keeping their audience hooked and donating. As one researcher told NPR, these conspiracy narratives don't get to a point where they say, mystery solved, our work is done here. Instead, they are unending, always evolving, a trait perfectly illustrated by Epstein's continually morphing lore. For instance, when official evidence disproved one theory, believers simply adapted after. Trump's own officials stated definitively that Epstein died by unalive and not client list exits. Many in the conspiracy world did not abandon their beliefs. Instead, new theories bloomed. Some claimed Trump's people must now be in on it, while others, like Alex Jones, pivoted to say Trump actually has the list and is using it in secret blackmail. Trump actually has the list and is using it in secret to blackmail the deep state. That's the Atlantic again. In this way, the Epstein saga in 2024 demonstrates the self-reinforcing nature of disinformation and public opinion. Contradictory evidence is either dismissed as part of the conspiracy or woven into a new, more elaborate theory. Notably, public figures helped fan the flames. In the midst of the 2024 race, Twitter ex-owner Elon Musk increasingly engaged in conspiratorial musings. In June 2025, as Musk fell out with Trump, he tweeted to his millions of followers, "Time to drop the really big bomb. At real Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. This is the real reason they have not been made public." And this was covered by ABC News. Though Musk deleted the post, its shockwaves were left. Musk had earlier also indulged suggestions that a prominent foreign intelligence agency, hinted by Mossad, might have been behind Epstein, a theory laced with anti-Semitic overtones that circulates on the fringe. Isn't that interesting? Just one more second. Let's go back for a second. I mean, I know here we got. Oh, good afternoon, TPE. Hi, Solo Bunny. Hi. Hi, Paul Shields. Welcome, guys. Okay, let me go back. Let's play this for a second. I want to go back to brackets and jackets. And I would say Isaac Cappy was one of these influencers, right? I mean, not during this election, but throughout this whole time, pre Epstein's arrest.
Hello, guys. Something special is happening in here. That's right. It's brackets and jackets. Bringing it back for brackets and jackets. Special Epstein Island edition. That's right, folks. Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, the man with the island, which is suspiciously close to Haiti. That's right. You see, this man, Jeffrey Epstein, is funding lots of people. He's funding lots of people on the street to make sure his shit doesn't get out. That's right. They want the record sealed. And they're paying a lot of people. Epstein's paying a lot of people. Oh, boy. For one, he's got a whole Mossad media matrix in America. And I would bet you anything that Alex Jones is one of them.
Okay, so you heard that. Mossad American Media Matrix. I mean, what is it? Like, wait, just do it again. I can't get it right.
And they're paying a lot of people. Epstein's paying a lot of people. Oh, boy. For one, he's got a whole Mossad media matrix in America.
Mossad Media Matrix in America. Okay, so it's kind of interesting to me in the sense, right, that this is coming up here. Like there's a reference, right? Notable figures, public figures helped fan the flames. Elon Musk, blah, 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 blah. Though Musk deleted the post. Okay, though Musk deleted the post, its shockwaves were felt. Musk had earlier also indulged suggestions that a prominent foreign intelligence agency hinted to be Mossad might have been behind Epstein, a theory laced with anti-Semitic overtones that circulated on the fringe. Now, this is written by the Atlantic.com. Such interventions by influential people lent a veneer of legitimacy for some to the wildest ideas. Misinformation flowed freely, amplified by algorithms and partisan echo chambers. So I'm just saying that there's this has been running. There's that part of it that connects to the Jeffrey Epstein scandal. Fiasco. TPE Phoenix says there was a very good chance that Isaac was pulled into an op and was executing that op. And he says Mossad Media Matrix. Okay. All right. So let's keep going. Let's see, where was I? Okay. Importantly, belief of Epstein-related conspiracies shaped election discourse by hardening tribal worldviews. Trump's base saw the Epstein saga as proof that the swamp, FBI, DOJ, Clinton world, etc., would stop at nothing to protect itself, reinforcing that their support for Trump as an existential necessity. On the flip side, many moderate and liberal voters saw the right's fixation on Epstein as a disturbing sign of detachment from reality, making them more wary of Trumpism. One Washington Post piece on 2024 conspiracies noted how Americans were retreating into splintered reality camps where a shared set of facts no longer exists. Epstein was a prime example to millions. On the right, he symbolized the heinous crimes the elites will cover up, while others, he symbolized the dangerous conspiratorial mindset of MAGA. This divide influenced how voters evaluated the candidates. Debates about policy often got overshadowed by discussions or online fights about things like Epstein's death or the fabled client list. As one information expert observed, conspiracy theories can detract from constructive political engagement, instead trapping people in a cynical, angry space. The 2024 election saw that dynamic in action. In sum, Epstein saga, though rooted in real criminal case, took on almost mythic status in the public imagination by 2024. It fueled disinformation, was co-opted by unrelated conspiracies, and deepened the cultural divide. Whether it was chants of Epstein at rallies or viral memes declaring Epstein cover-up proves everything. The scandal's greatest impact was arguably psychological. It became a shorthand for distrust and shaped how Americans view the election. And let's play, I need to take just a little bit of a have you seen the Mossad Media Matrix map that Isaac drew? No, I have not. Is it on your, is it on, do you have it published on your map, Corey? So let's play a little bit more brackets and jackets. I mean, because here, isn't bracket and jackets kind of giving you the client list or what we would think the client's list was? Let's play some more.
And I would bet you anything that Alex Jones is one of them. Prove me wrong. That's right. Cappy's in the portal. Cappy's in the portal. Cappy's in the building with songs about Epstein. It's Brackets and Jackets Epstein edition. Guys, I had some epiphanies today. I had some real big epiphanies about some guys. A big network of guys and spies and lies and liars. All right, think about this for a minute, okay? The guy in Portland, the scientist that just got busted for producing CP, that guy is 1 degree of separation away from Epstein. Epstein, the investor that lives in West Palm Beach, Florida. I know a guy who lives in West Palm Beach, Florida as well. Investor as well. Also involved as well. And all is not well with these guys. The Florida boys, the Glow boys, the Scott Israels of the world. You see, Epstein is Hillary Clinton. And Epstein is Haiti. And Epstein is a big network of media assets. By the way, did you know that Steve Bannon is going to that guy for money? Also, Epstein is Epstein Oprah. Epstein is Chris Tucker. You remember him. Epstein is also Kevin Spacey. Epstein is also Prince Andrew. Epstein is also... Who else is Epstein?
And if you think about it, we knew these things already without even seeing the client list. There was already an association to Kevin Spacey, pictures of them together, all of this, and then Oprah's really under fire right now. So in a way, I think that yeah. Okay, so let's continue. I'm almost done here, I think. Trump's promise to reveal the Epstein client list and how it evolved. A central question in the saga is whether Donald Trump explicitly promised to release or expose Epstein's so-called client list during the 2024 campaign, and how that promise played out. The record shows that Trump did make such commitments, albeit in his characteristic hedging style, and the issue became a post-election albatross for him. During the campaign, Trump and his team repeatedly implied that a trove of hidden Epstein evidence would be made public if he won. As noted, Trump told Fox News he would declassify the Epstein files. And this is reported in this is foxnews.com. He echoed this on other platforms, Lex Friedman's podcast in 2024 rally interviews, etc., leaving the clear impression that a vote for Trump was a vote to finally get to the bottom of Epstein's mystery. Allies like Marsha Blackburn and Marjorie Taylor Greene publicly pressed the issue as well. Blackburn vowed in early 2024 that Epstein's clients list is key to cracking this trafficking ring wide open, and that accountability is coming. Green flatly stated, "No one believes there's not a client list," signaling that a list must exist and should be exposed. All of this created an expectation among Trump's base that Trump explicitly intended to publish Epstein's list of co-conspirators. Indeed, many supporters said they voted for him because of this promise. Wow. Once Trump hypothetically returned to the White House in January 2025, the Epstein promise was put to the test. Initially, it seemed he might follow through. Only a week after inauguration, Trump signed an executive order on providing Americans the truth, that including prioritizing release of Epstein documents. Attorney General Pam Bondi, whom Trump appointed and who had hyped Epstein revelations, claimed her DOJ was working hard on it. In February 2025, Bondi even said on Fox News that a list of Epstein's clients was sitting on my desk right now to review at Trump's directive. And that is reported by Fox News. That remark was excitement through MAGA circles. It sounded like confirmation that a secret list existed and was about to drop. Bondi later walked back with this comment, clarifying she meant the entire Epstein case file was under review, not literal single list document. But by then the narrative had taken on a life of its own. In late February 2025, the first batch of Epstein files was released, an event that would prove a turning point. The White House invited a group of pro-Trump social media influencers and handed them binders labeled Epstein Files, Phase 1. The binders embossed with the DOJ seal contain hundreds of pages, case documents. Expectations were sky high, but the result was a dud. The documents were heavily redacted and held no new information, leading even Trump-friendly personalities to express disappointed or mock the fanfare. The spectacle of influencers posing with shiny binders for photos only for the content to be trivial caused widespread derision. It appeared the promise was not delivering in substance. Epstein Files Phase 1 binders distributed to social media influencers at the White House in February 2025. Despite months of buildup, this initial release contained no bombshell revelations. After the stumble, Trump's team insisted more was coming, hence Phase 1. Bondi, in a series of interviews, promised that hundreds more pages were being reviewed for a second release. Senator Blackburn told his supporters the February files were just the beginning and that additional disclosures were on the way. However, by mid-2025, it became clear that the so-called Phase 2 was also a flop. The DOJ FBI's exhaustive review concluded there was nothing explosive to release, no secret client list, no uncharged, no conspirators to indict. They released a memo in July of 2025 stating this plainly and even took the extraordinary step of publishing surveillance footage around Epstein's cell to quash murder rumors. In that memo, Trump's DOJ bluntly said, perpetuating unfounded theories about Epstein serves no good end. This was essentially the death knell of the promise. Trump's own stance evolved from enthusiasm to exasperation. In early 2025, he still spoke as if the truth would come out. But as his officials began publicly contradicting the conspiracies, Trump pivoted. At a July 8th, 2025 cabinet meeting, when a reporter tried to press Bondi and Epstein theories, like whether Epstein has been a foreign agent, which that would probably be the Mossad, right? Maybe. Trump interjected with clear irritation. Are you people still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This is what I'm talking about. This is that thing that's bothering me so much where he's waving his hands and everything, right? Are you people still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? That is unbelievable, he snapped, calling Epstein this guy, this creep, and suggesting it was time to move on. And that's also by The Atlantic. He even scolded that with everything else going on, citing major Texas flood disaster at the time, it is absurd to focus on Epstein. This was a dramatic reversal from a man whose campaign had implied Epstein's secrets would be a priority. Trump's abrupt time to move on message shocked and angered his base. It sounded like a betrayal of his campaign promise, and it was exactly what conspiracy believers didn't want to hear. They interpreted it as, now you're telling us to drop it? Following this, Trump tried to damage control but stuck by the official findings. He defended Bondi against the backlash, saying nobody could have worked harder and praising her efforts. He also personally dismissed Elon Musk's insinuations, calling them old news and repeating that he was not friendly with Epstein and nothing had nothing to do with it. And this is ABC News. In other words, Trump shifted to protecting himself, distracting from Epstein rather than chasing Epstein's hidden truths. For many MAGA world, this evolution was nothing short of lightning bolt. Far-right influencers turned on Trump in fury. After the FBI memo and Trump's move on comment, prominent voices like Laura Loomer and Alex Jones lambasted the president. On social media, formerly loyal Trump fans rage. Why is the Trump administration protecting pedophiles? One asked poignantly. The Libertarian Party in Pennsylvania's official account replied to Trump's defender, "You say he's a promise keeper," with a straight face after the lies about Epstein, complete bogus. Marnes spread depicting Trump's team as the same reptilian elites they once vowed to expose. Marjorie Taylor Greene voiced what many felt: no one believes there's not a client list. This is a shameful cover-up to protect the most heinous elites. That tweet encapsulated the basest sense of betrayal. They accused Trump's own appointees, Bondi, Patel, Bongino, of having sold out or been co-opted by the deep state. Some conspiracists concocted coping theories, e.g. that Trump had secretly seized the list to use as leverage, but mainly simply felt let down. Thus, Trump's bold campaign promise evolved into a major credibility crisis. A promise made to court the 17th letter of the alphabet, an ultra MAGA crowd ended up splintering his support. As the Atlantic observed, the about face on the Epstein files is splintering MAGA world, and many Trump allies are feeling betrayed. By mid-2025, there was one talk of MAGA civil war over the Epstein issue, with even some MAGA hat burnings in protest. I spoke about that earlier. That's from the Daily Cost. Trump, the rare keeper, his staff touted him to be, had failed to keep this promise in their eyes. The Epstein client list, once a rallying cry, became a source of rebellion among his base. In conclusion, Donald Trump did explicitly promise to expose Epstein's secrets and initially doubled down on that pledge after the 2024 election. But when those promises yielded next to nothing, Trump's stance shifted to dismissing the Epstein talk altogether. This U-turn deeply alienated a segment of his most ardent supporters, illustrating the perils of embracing a conspiracy-laden issue. Once you validate it, you're held to it. The evolution of Trump's Epstein promise from campaign trail applause line to governing headache was one of the more striking storylines of the post-2024 political landscape. Timeline of key Epstein-related moments, 2023 to 2025. July 2023, Epstein's name resurfaces in news as the U.S. Virgin Islands lawsuit against P.J. Morgan for allegedly enabling Epstein moves forward. Though not directly part of the campaign, it keeps public interest in Epstein alive. Right-wing media speculates whether court proceedings will reveal names of Epstein's associates, hinting at Bill Clinton or other political figures. December 2023, Trump world figures began hyping the Epstein client list in earnest. In an interview clip widely shared in MAGA circles, Kash Patel asserts that the reason the list hasn't been released is because of who's on that list, insinuating people like Bill Gates are suppressing it. Patel angrily asks why House Republicans can't get the list, adding, "Put on your big boy pants and let us know who the pedophiles are." The rhetoric builds anticipation that a GOP-led government would finally unveil Epstein's secrets. January 6, 2024, new court records names of Epstein associates from prior civil cases are unsealed. This sets off a wave of conspiracy chatter online. NPR reports false accusations flying on social media, tying unnamed high-profile figures, but not actually in the documents, to Epstein. Conspiracy forums also circulate claims that any publicized info is not the real story, feeding a belief that a deeper truth is being withheld. January 2024, sensing the buzz, Trump's campaign suddenly integrates the Epstein issue. At a conservative conference in Florida, Trump is asked if he'd release Epstein files. He replies in the affirmative, signaling this a campaign promise. This is on Fox News. Around that same time, Senator Marsha Blackburn, Republican TN, delivers speeches and tweets vowing to pursue Epstein's client list and hold predators accountable, reflecting a broader GOP effort to show toughness on this issue. March 2024, in the Democrat primaries, most candidates avoid Epstein topics. However, during a debate Q&A, one moderator asked if the candidates believe Epstein died by unaliving, highlighting how mainstream the question had become. Candidates like Biden stick to the official findings, while outside candidate RFK Jr., known for conspiracies, suggests that they're on unanswered questions, drawing some media attention. Excuse me. I have these allergies still. Summer 2024, the general election campaign heats up. No Epstein bombshells emerge from ongoing legal cases, but the issue remains in the background. In July, Sound of Freedom, a film about child trafficking, becomes a surprise hit among conservatives. Its success dovetails with 17 letter of the alphabet themes. MAGA influencers especially link it to Epstein, saying the film underlines why we need the Epstein list exposed. Trump hosts a screening and again suggests his DOJ would go after the traffickers at the highest level, a veiled reference interpreted as Epstein related. September 2024, Donald Trump on the Lex Friedman podcast, he states, "Yeah, I'd be inclined to do the Epstein files, no problem." When asked about releasing all Epstein information, this is one of Trump's clearest on-record commitments regarding the Epstein files and is widely shared in pro-Trump media. September 2024, Dan Bongino, still a popular right-wing podcaster, proclaims on air that the Epstein client list is going to rock the Democratic Party and that elites are hiding it. At the same time, former Fox News Tucker Carlson, by now hosting a web show, runs segments insinuating that Epstein's secrets implicate figures like Clinton's and even hints at CIA involvement, fueling pre-election anti-established sentiment. Late October 2024, in the final campaign stretch, Trump holds a massive rally at Madison Square Garden October 27th. While he doesn't name Epstein, speakers at the rally against degenerate elites, they rail. So the atmosphere is thick with conspiracy-laden rhetoric. References are made to child predators in Washington. Observers note it as Trump's doubting down on the playing to the base with no attempt to moderate. Epstein's scandal, though unspoken, is part of the subtext energizing the crowd. November 5th, 2024, Election Day, the Epstein issue, while not a top policy issue, has become a motivating factor for some voters. Exit polls later show a notable percentage of Trump's voters mentioning pedophiles in government or sex trafficking rings as a reason for their vote. A reflection of Epstein QAnon influence on grassroots political engagement. Meanwhile, some Biden voters cite Restore Truth and mention their alarm at conspiracy theories in politics, implicitly including the Epstein matter. Late November 2024. With results decided, hypothetically, Trump winning a narrow victory, pro-Trump online forums celebrate not just the win, but the coming storm. 17th letter of the alphabet parlance for mass arrests. Oh, yeah, David Wilcock's been saying that since 2012. I just want to throw that in there. Epstein's client list is frequently mentioned in these jubilant posts as believers think now it's only a matter of time. On the other side, QAnon skeptic Republicans privately express worry that the base expects too much on the Epstein front. January 20th, 2025, inauguration of Donald Trump. After contested election and legal battles in the scenario, in his inaugural address for his second term, Trump alludes to finishing what we started and exposing the corruption and evil that was hidden. Many interpreted this as a nod to the Epstein pledge, among other things. Pam Bondi is confirmed as Attorney General, and almost immediately she sets in motion the review of the Epstein case materials per Trump's directive. January 31st, 2025, Kash Patel is confirmed as FBI director. At his confirmation hearing, senators grill him on his past sentiments about Epstein. Patel reiterates that he will follow the law and evidence, but also says transparency will be a priority. Senator Blackburn extracts a promise that he will publish the Epstein files when able. This promise is cited in news reports as an unprecedented commitment by an FBI director to publicize case files. February 2025, Phase 1, Epstein files released. On February 27th, the White House stages an event where right-wing social media influencers Jack Posobiec, Rogan, DC Drano, O'Hanley are invited to receive white binders stamped Epstein Files Phase 1. Photo of them walking out of the West Wing, proudly holding the binders. Flood X and Twitter, or X Twitter. However, as these influencers examine the contents, the disillusionment sets in. The files consist mostly of previously available documents. Can we read that part? Bondi's media tour, mounting pressure. Bondi appears on Fox News multiple times to manage expectations. In one early March interview with Maria Bartiromo? I don't watch her. Bartiromo presses the MAGA group is mad that we don't know about the Epstein files. Are you going to give us any information? Bondi assures that teams at DOJ and FBI are reviewing thousands of documents and that we will get out as much as we can, as fast as we can. She mentions the huge volume of video evidence, much of child pornography that legally can't be released, to justify the slow pace. Behind the scenes, sources say Bondi is pressuring FBI Director Patel to find something, anything she can release to appease the base. April 2025, congressional hearing on declassification, focus on JFK files, etc. At the House Oversight hearing, Representative Nancy Mace, Republican, South Carolina, chairing a declassification task force, brings up Epstein alongside unrelated issues like Hunter Biden's laptop and COVID's origin. She asserts she asserts sunshine is the best medicine and says she wants to see documents regarding Epstein released. This moment is notable as a public affirmation by a Trump ally that Epstein files should be out. It underscores how much the issue had penetrated GOP talking points. Democrats at the hearing countered that the focus should be current national security issues, not salacious conspiracies. May 18th, 2025, Bongino and Patel publicly acknowledged Epstein's death was unenlivened. A significant Fox Business interview on Sunday morning features with Bart Bertinomo, the two top FBI officials, state unequivocally that Epstein killed himself, citing the evidence. You know unalive when you see one. And that's what that was, Patel says. Bongino added, I've seen the whole file. He unalived himself. This is the first time MAGA-aligned officials have contradicted the widespread base belief that Epstein was murdered. It causes an immediate stir online. Thousands of MAGA supporters erupt in anger. That same day, Bongino tweets a defense of his position. I have reviewed the case. Jeffrey Epstein unalived himself. There is no evidence indicating otherwise. If new evidence surfaces, I'm happy to reevaluate. His replies are filled with outrage from former adoring fans. Notorious decision denier Joe Altman accuses Bongino of betrayal and of refusing to reinstate truth tellers in the FBI. Far right-wing activist Mindy Robinson unleashes a tirade. Effing sellouts. Epstein didn't kill himself, and the Las Vegas shooting was covered up by our own government. The Epstein issue has now opened split mega figures, a preview of a broader fallout to come. June 2025, Elon Musk's feud with Trump goes public, bringing Epstein claims into the mix. Musk, who's been informally advising the Trump administration on tech policy, resigns or is pushed out of a role. Details unclear, but there's a rift. On June 5th, Musk posts on X, Trump is in the Epstein files. That's why they haven't really been released. This explosive claim came from such a high-profile figure, garners massive attention, millions of views, before Musk deletes it. It triggers media questions for the White House. I wonder, like, when you delete your X post or your social media post, is that kind of like being in court where, the objection, Your Honor, the person is stating unverified, that's hearsay, sustained, overruled. You deleted it, so you're not necessarily, it's like, well, I said it, but strike it from the court. It doesn't work that way, really, does it? Okay, so it triggers media questions for the White House. Reporters ask Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt whether Trump's name appears in Epstein's documents. Leavitt denies any suppression and says Musk's comment is baseless and irresponsible. Nonetheless, House Democrats immediately seize on the Musk comment. See next point. July 7th. Now we're getting close to where we're at today because, today is the 13th. So July 7th. 2025, DOJ FBI memo released to the public after internal review of 300 gigabytes of data and thousands of physical evidence pieces. The DOJ and FBI issue a 2-page memo concluding they found no incriminating client list and no credible evidence of Epstein blackmailing anyone. The memo also reaffirms Epstein's 2019 death was unalivened and notes that most remaining materials like explicit videos cannot be made public. It pointedly says the review found nothing that would justify charges against any uncharged third parties. Essentially, this announces the end of the Epstein files saga. No big revelations forthcoming. July 8th, 2025, House Democrats Jamie Raskin et al. Sent letter to AG Bondi citing Elon Musk's now deleted claim and accusing her of hiding files to protect the president. They demand release of any Epstein documents referencing Trump, as well as unrelated documents like a special counsel report to paint Bondi as generally non-transparent. That same day, media report on friction within the Trump administration over the Epstein issue. it's noted that Bondi's release of files in February upset some White House aides who thought it was handled amateurishly. Trump meets with Bondi and Patel privately amid the uproar. July 10th, 2025, Trump publicly comments, "Move on," and MAGA world erupts. In a cabinet meeting, when pressed about Epstein, Trump makes his "Are you people still talking about this guy? That's unbelievable" remark by effectively downplaying the Epstein issue. Trump confirms his shift in tone that evening. Trump posts on Truth Social defending Bondi as a great American. Nobody could have worked harder on the Epstein review, telling supporters that sometimes the truth isn't what you want to hear. The Truth Social post because Trump's most ratioed ever, receiving tens of thousands of angry replies from followers who feel betrayed. Prominent MAGA personalities like Laura Loomer, Mike Cernovich, and Ann Coulter, though Coulter's a longtime critic, she joins the pile-on, blasts Trump for going soft on Clinton's friend. Memes trend with the hashtag EpsteinGate, showing MAGA folk literally burning their red MAGA hats in protest. July 12th to the 13th, taking us up today, the fallout continues. Representative Ro Khanna introduced his amendment to force a vote on releasing all Epstein files to the public. It attracts considerable media attention, framing it as a Democrat Democrat capitalized on MAGA split. Fox News runs a headline: MAGA world erupts over Trump's defense of Bondi and Epstein files fallout. Conservative media figures scrambled. Some, like Steve Bannon, tried to calm the base by suggesting Trump must have a 5D chess plan with the files. Others, like Newsmax hosts, gingerly criticized the administration for fumbling the issue. Polls show a dip in Trump's approval among Republicans, attributable largely to hardcore conspiracy believers losing faith. The timeline underscores how the Epstein scandal went from a dormant case to a live wire in 2024-2025. What began as a campaign rhetoric, Trump leveraging Epstein to attack elites, morphed into a serious governance issue and inter-party feud. By mid-2025, the promise to reveal Epstein's secrets had effectively collapsed, but not before significantly influencing public discourse and perception during the 2024 election cycle. And that's it. That is, and I have been going forever today. Okay. Okay, so TPE says, I wanted to add to the show. Got info on Isaac's video you're playing. It's fine, no worries. SDFFS. Okay. Are you still there, Phoenix? Are you still there? Just curious. Okay, I want to pop over maybe to David Schroeder and see if did he stream? Oh, he's going right now. Okay, you know what? How long have I been? I've been going for 4 hours. Okay, we can go a little bit longer. Let's pop over to David for a moment.
Or you subtract, you do not change your DNA. And your DNA is what dictates what you are. That's how it works. And so I pray for people who are trans because I think it's being pushed. I think it's being pushed. And a lot of people who are really sad and miserable in their lives think that's going to help them. And statistically speaking, there's a much greater propensity to suicide in the trans community than any other community. And, you know, and I personally, as a guy, do not know why any guy would ever want to become a woman, ever. Oh my God. Women have it so much more art.
Okay, I don't know. I don't want to really watch him right now. So I'm asking Phoenix if he wants to join me on the stream, and we can do it now. Let me play a little more of Isaac Cappy and on the song, and I'll just wait and see.
Who else is Epstein? Tell me. You guys know? Who else is Epstein? Is Epstein Big Pharma? Is Epstein Bryan Singer? Is Epstein Naomi Campbell? Yep, all of the above.
So is Epstein really Bryan Singer? I mean, yeah, because actually now we're getting into the Open Secret documentary. So I'm just saying, like, it just seems that there's just some.
All of the above. Who is Epstein? Epstein is the keystone of a whole motherfucking matrix. And once you pull it out, it all falls down. Dersh was there too. See, here's something that really made a kind of weird epiphany to me today, is when I figured out that Gabe Hoffman lives in West Palm Beach, Florida, and is an investor in West Palm Beach, Florida, and had a documentary about this guy, Bryan Singer. But is this Bryan Singer Epstein as well? Were they maybe setting up a little play?
Okay, and so, wow, I'm really looking at this with different eyes right now. I really am. I get it now. I get what all this crazy is right now in some ways. Why these people, like, why everybody's, this group, this thing that we're involved in. Right? I feel involved in it. I have a better understanding today by doing this show. I don't know if you do. And you know what? It's really hard. It's really hard to open up your mind and go, oh my God, wait a second, and look at something in a different way. But it's really important. I think it's really important for us to do that. Like, to not think that just because you see that what you see and what you hear and what you think is happening, what evidence you think is out there or not out there, or speculations or correlations. I am sick of people taking a story and then throwing a whole bunch of names and making it into a big hodgepodge of something that doesn't really associate, while you're actually harming somebody. Like, for example, David Schroeder. Taking me and other people and making us attached to this. We want to call ourselves the truth media. We want to pride ourselves that we care about what we're saying. We do not deserve to wear that hat. We don't. I think it's time that, some of us, and I'm just going to suggest it, really, this should be a real awakening, a real awareness of how we can be manipulated, not only on YouTube, mainstream media, any information that comes down us, any campaign promise that happens. I think the American people, we are quite disillusioned right now about a lot of things, and we should not be happy about this. But hopefully there will be a greater understanding that will come from what is happening right now. And on that note, I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your Sunday. God bless.
Laughing loud, all for the love, but baby, that's not my rap. rabbit hole. He ain't no Saint Germain, no crime, no name. He plays the game, sharp as a flame. Who's to blame for the stolen fame? A shadow dance in the devil's frame. Go in the rabbit hole, losing control, spinning wild on the stripper pole. Laughing loud, all for the lulz, but baby, that's not my rabbit hole. City lights and sirens scream, truth and lies blend like a dream. Wicked smiles, a clever scheme, chasing gold in the neon gleam. Go in the rabbit hole, losing control, spinning wild on the stripper pole. Laughing loud, all for the lulz, but baby, that's not my rabbit hole. Fast, can't find the ground. Echoes of chaos all around. You chose this dance, this mad parade, but not every choice gets accolades. Go in the rabbit hole, losing control, spinning wild on the stripper pole. Laughing loud, all for the lulz, but baby, that's not my rabbit hole. Laughing loud, all for the lulz, but baby, that's not my rabbit hole. City lights and sirens scream, truth and lies blend like a dream. Wicked smiles, a clever scheme, chasing gold in the neon gleam. Going down the rabbit hole, losing control, spinning wild on the stripper pole. Laughing loud, all for the lows, but baby, that's not my rabbit hole.